Hmm. I believe I'm live. Welcome, 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 people. I don't know who's joining me today, but I will see momentarily, I believe. Let me see if I can invite some people. So just, it's 1:59. I'll probably get started in maybe 3 minutes or so. Just gonna see who logs on. A few people I didn't get a chance to tag, but that's okay. Let me go back here and see who's on. See somebody in the waiting room. That's Lori. Hey, babe. You doing okay? You doing okay? Can you hear me? I think your audio is muted on the app. It's okay. I know you drive in.
I'm gonna compute it during the thing because it's terrible.
Okay. Well, I don't. Huh?
Sound bad?
It don't sound really bad. I can hear you. I can understand you. Um, yeah. Is he
I'll mute it when people join.
okay? Is he okay?
I don't know. I'm not
Okay. Okay.
and my oldest son.
Really? Wow. Thank you. Froze a little bit. I'm glad you're here, but if you know, I'm really glad you're here always because I'm doing this for you. um, are your cousins or anybody else joining? You know?
They're supposed to.
Okay.
And one of my coworkers.
Oh wow, this should be interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna just begin really quick with a video of Toni Morrison, and I showed this before, but I think it really underscores this moment that we're in, every moment before, but hearing her speak about it really directly in a very forthcoming way from her perspective as a Black woman, being asked this question by a white interviewer. And just her response is so authentic and profound that I want to open with this. Not that this is gonna, I mean, it actually frames everything that we're talking about here in terms of like the construction of white racism and white supremacy, but specifically anti-Black. Go ahead and prep this. I should have it pulled up over here.
On the Facebook tag.
What did you say?
I'm gonna go to Facebook, tag my friend. She says she's looking for a meeting ID and password and all that. So let me just tag her in the Zoom again.
Okay, because it's on my Facebook. All right, here we go. He's gonna kick it off. And I do not own the rights to this at all, but it's public domain, so I'm gonna use it. All right, so Lori, I'm gonna mute you. Here we go.
Arthur Ashe was here, the late Arthur Ashe,
yes.
and he said to me, as he had said in one other place, he said, in a much quoted comment, he said, living with AIDS is easier than living with racism. It's a harder struggle against racism for me than it is against AIDS. What it meant to me is that there's no way for the rest of us to understand that daily encounter. Which brings me to my question to you. Do you still have that encounter? Do you, Toni Morrison, Pulitzer Prize winner, successful, honored in the halls of academe, etc., still have that encounter?
Yes, I do, Charlie, but let me tell you, that's the wrong question.
Okay, what's the right question?
How do you feel? Not you, Charlie Rose,
Right.
but don't you understand that the people who do this thing, who practice racism,
Right.
are bereft? There is something distorted about the psyche. It's a huge waste, and it's a corruption and a distortion. It's like it's a profound neurosis that nobody examines for what it is. It feels crazy. It is crazy. And it has just as much of a deleterious effect on white people, and possibly equal as it does black people. I always knew that I had the moral high ground all my life. I always thought those people who said I couldn't come in the drugstore and I had to sit in these funny places, I couldn't go in the park.
You felt morally superior to them from day one.
And I thought they knew that I knew that they were inferior to me morally. I always thought that. And my parents always thought that.
You said your father was racist because he always felt like he was superior.
That's right. He always felt superior. And that was a form, of defensive racism. But if the racist white person, I don't mean the person who is examining his consciousness and so on, doesn't understand that he or she is also a race, it's also constructed, it's also made, and it also has some kind of serviceability. But when you take it away, I take your race away. And there you are, all strung out, and all you got is your little self. And what is that? What are you without racism? Are you any good? Are you still strong? You still smart? You still like yourself? I mean, these are the questions. It's part of it is, yes, the victim, how terrible it has been for black people.
But you don't like that.
I'm not a victim. I refuse to be one.
And the victim is the other person who is morally inferior and
that's a serious
to hold
question.
On to
of course,
racism
if you have to hold
for his or her own self-esteem and definition.
If you can only be tall because somebody's on their knees, then you have a serious problem. And my feeling is white people have a very, very serious problem. And they should start thinking about what they can do about it. Take me out of it.
Then give white people some free advice.
They're all in my books.
All right, so I'll stop sharing that. I saw someone who joined. Wow, hi. I can't hear you. I think you're muted.
Hi, my name is Ayo, outside of work, Aisha at work. I was invited by Lori. This is my boyfriend, Zayden.
Hey, nice to meet you both.
Thank you.
Awesome. So I know Lori is traveling, but I really appreciate you taking time, setting aside time to join the endeavor. So any thoughts as you were entering and you heard what she was saying, or Lori, do you have any? No, okay.
No thoughts for me. I just came, I was trying to get in. I'm like, Lori, I'm trying to get in the meeting. I'm trying. So I sort of came at the last part, so I didn't catch everything she was saying, trying to deal with the more of the technical difficulties, but I'm here now and excited about today's session.
Awesome. So yeah, what she was saying is that, she was highlighting how racism is constructed and it's manufactured in race. Race is manufactured and it's been constructed in that it has some serviceability and that it's something that white people don't necessarily look at in terms of investigating not only white privilege, but white power. the power that's been inherited in this cultural context for people who identify as white and everything that set up that privilege. And so it frames, well, I'm using it today as sort of a frame to frame the key pieces of information that I'm going to share today. And so the way in which I like to facilitate these spaces, and I actually do this work on a very large scale, is to invite people to think about what's actually happening in the development of this culture during certain periods of time and what's being reinforced by it. So that's how I'll frame the discussion. And so the last time that I did this last weekend, we explored the period between the roughly the early 1600s all the way up to about 1662. So I'll start right at about that 1660 mark. And then what I plan to do, and I hope that we can do, is go to, and I'll be sharing a combination of videos and some of like my slides from my own research. And I hope that we can go into the beginning of the 18th century. So early 1700s, maybe to the mid 1700s, but I'm gonna be challenging you to think critically, extremely critically and deeply about some of these pieces, because I love to hear different people's perspectives. And that's how I continue to also learn and grow and expand my thought processes and also the way in which I frame things. So any questions or any thoughts or any like, feelings or emotions about what I just said?
Nothing just yet. Definitely excited, a little nervous too, because I know we're going, and this has been generally like a very triggering time. So also just during triggering time and just in life.
Yeah.
So we'll see what's going to come up during this time. Glad you're creating more of a safe space for us too, that we have here together. I think it's definitely needed. So see what I want to learn about today, because I know there's a lot that I don't know about, but I know that I'm simply operating from being inside this world of all the they're going on right now, like aside to stuff that's happened in the past, but I know all things that led up to what we're dealing with and why we're in this constant cycle that we're constantly running through. So that's up for me.
Absolutely, and I really appreciate you saying that. Like it's a cycle that we're constantly running through, because what you'll begin to see today, at least that I hope, is that it's cultural. So racism is cultural, and there are every piece of society that we think, oh, this is just kind of a way of being, or oh, this is just this is what provides us with resources, or oh, this is how we learn. That was all socially and politically constructed by Europeans for the purposes of elevating themselves and creating like a white mainstream elitist society. And for people of color, particularly Black people, there's a unique relationship we have to it, but also Indigenous people were disallowed if you did not conform. So I do visit with some key principles, such as like assimilation is a tool of racism. Racism is not only socially made or socially manufactured, but it was manufactured for the purposes of economics, and it's also political. So when you think of whiteness or white people, what I invite people to begin doing is transforming that into like a political party, such as we have Democrats, Republicans, you have white people, Europeans who literally created and constructed a system for their own benefit, advancing themselves based on skin privilege. And so the political agenda is to create a society where everyone thrives, everyone gets to participate, whether it be capitalism, education, healthcare, whatever, if you're white. And so for the first 350 years from, and I look at English colonialism specifically, because that system of government and culture is the same system and culture that we exist in today. And that's what separates it from colonialism through the French frame, the Spaniards, or the Dutch, or the Portuguese. Those happened, and that's all a part of the transatlantic slave trade and what happened to African and African American people, but specifically looking at the English. So I know I just said a lot, and I want to ask your partner if he has any thoughts or questions.
I don't have any thoughts or questions. I thank you for doing this, and I realize that there's a lot that I could learn about what to actually do, more than just say I'm an ally, more than just support people of color. What could actually be done?
Mhm. Well, I'll answer that question in short.
Yeah.
Is begin to interrogate not just white privilege, but whiteness as a culture of people that has been culturally dispositioned, and not necessarily just for yourself, but start to evaluate reactions and what you observe from other people around you who are white, and their ideas and or their perspectives and or their positionality, how they're positioned to other groups of color. Because what I explore, and one of the not one of the ideas that I put forward is that as all of this is happening, it's creating how white people are socialized in relationship to the other, that other being indigenous people, being African American people, and every such other group. And so there's a relationship there. And even though like you personally are doing your personal work, and like that's a continuous journey, for most white people, for most white people, this goes unexamined and uninterrogated. And so there's a huge opportunity here if people are authentically trying to investigate what they can do to see into the experiences and the realities of people of color and support them in achieving some sense of same sense of value, if you will, or equality is what it's been called previously. So with that said, I'm just gonna go on to my slides, and here's where the history comes in. I'm a student of history, love it, and I always just learn. So this is just a depiction of what the slave ships looked like from the standpoint of being very fully packed. I believe I shared a quote the last time, I won't go back and visit with it, but you've got people like Captain John Newton, who chronicles in his diary what his experiences are and how you've got, you know, conditions that are inhumane, that as these people are loaded upon these ships and these journeys are being made, and they're saying that he said the chafing of their irons and, you know, the hot and corrupted air and being so close together and contamination and the toxicity of it all. You know, you find people dead every day is basically what he said and wrote in his journey. So this is, I look at Virginia, Maryland, Massachusetts Bay, and various such other colonies going along, but I really concentrate here because it's the first settlement where, you know, Jamestown, the first settlement was made. And so there is a way in which you can look at this as the model, because as this experiment of building coloniality in the US context is happening, they have a leg up. Everyone else starts to take their ideas, if you will, from the various other colonies that were developed later on. So if anyone's trying to get into the Zoom link, because I just got some text, it's my page. So if you go to my Facebook page and you begin to scroll down, you'll see the invitation there, and then you can just click the link. So this gives you an idea of what slavery looked like in Virginia and the population of Black people around this time. So you see the first slaves, if you will, arriving in 1619. And I'm actually going to talk about one of them in particular who was in that voyage. 1848, I'm sorry, 1648, you've got about 300 people here. And then in 1671, you've got about 2,000. There's a huge jump. And the reason that I point that out is because you see right around a particular time between like 1655 and 1660, there are moves that begin to be made on behalf of the power structure in Virginia that really underscores kind of some key elements or dynamics, if you will, that are happening at the time. So one of those that I point to is right around 1660, where it says, "Be it enacted that in case any English servant shall run away in company with any Negroes who are incapable of making satisfaction by addition of time. So let me break that down. This means that if any English servant, if any Black servant run away and they're caught together, and let's say, not let's say, but as a result of them running away, time gets added to the sentence. So they at this point, at the point where they run away, they have a 5-year indenture or 5 years left. They run away and they get 10 years added to that indenture. So it says, if they run away with any Negroes who are incapable of making satisfaction of addition of time, so they're incapable of serving that time, because let's say when they were captured, they get an arm cut off or a shot in the leg, or they decide to beat them so bad once they recover them that they can't serve the time. They're just incapable. It says, be it enacted that the English so running away in company with them shall serve for the time of the said Negro's absence, as they are to do for their own by a former act. So what comes to mind for you as you see that one example? And that's one of many.
I think it creates more division amongst both parties. Because like they wouldn't want to be, how dare they wouldn't want to be caught with anybody who's like, if they were to be caught, I feel like they may be prone to let someone who was Black at the time, or in that case called Negro, let them be like, I don't want to get anything. It's just like rather than me saying like, I feel like it creates division amongst the both groups. They're both indentured or both could not do anything. And I feel like they keep them where they won't join together to possibly fight against what's going on. Because say they're like, if I'm white and I get caught with you, I'm gonna have to deal with your service. I'll do your time also. So I feel like it creates division amongst both the groups. That's how I take it, how I perceive it.
Okay. Okay. What about?
Well, yeah, it proves that they saw white people who were allies, white people who were against slavery as a threat, and they're trying to squash that threat.
You got it. So if you look into what's going on, meaning start to think about the reason why the power structure would need to develop these laws. It tells you about what's happening in that moment in time. So you literally have people who are running away together. Some are in relationship with each other. And I don't know the extent of those relationships. It could have been men who were gay. It could have been, heterosexual relationships of men and women. And as a matter of fact, there are some of those that I've been able to locate that tell the story around that. But you also have people who are laborers within the same class structure, if you will, who are making relationships, becoming friends, who also begin to experience these conditions, becoming much critically harsher than what they were previously. So they're running away to Maryland and they're running away to other colonies, if you will. And one of the ones that I talked about earlier on was the case of John Punch, who was an indentured servant, and he ran away with 2 European indentured servants, James and Victor. And when they captured the 3 of them, they brought them back to Virginia. So they ran away from Virginia to Maryland. They brought them back and they extended the terms of indenture for both James and Victor 4 years each, 4 years in addition. For John, he got life. He got an extension of life. And that's noted as the first legal case, if you will, of slavery, of enslavement of a Black person. That's like touted as like, or noted as, or documented, if you will, as the first legal case. So they begin to, like, I would imagine that people are beginning to like rebel against this system. And it's pretty documented that that does happen due to like Bacon's Rebellion, which I'll get into. But to your point, I forget your name again. Zayden?
Yeah.
Zayden's point, it's like, we're gonna take away your white privilege if you run away with these Negroes. And I think the other part to highlight is that it's specific to Negro people. So it's naming English, which is a specific European ethnicity. It's not naming Dutch, it's not naming Indians, it's not naming any such other group. And there were laws that spoke to indigenous people or as Indians during this time. And I'll actually highlight an example of that. So it's very specific. I'm going to go back here. 1662, another runaway law. This is Dents. This one, and I highlight this because it's really the same thing, and it talks about the English running away with Black people. If they're incapable of making satisfaction of the additional time that's added to the sentence, it is enacted that the English so running away in the company with the Negro shall at the time of the service to their own masters expired, serve the masters of the said Negroes for their absence, so long as they should have done so if this act had not, if they had not been slaves. In this particular instance, it's highlighting, in addition to English, every Christian, because at this moment in time, Christianity carries an ethno-religious connotation, similar to how we see and or refer to Jewish people or people who identify as Muslim. It carries a regional and ethnic, ethno-religious / religious connotation. So every Christian in company serving his proportion, and if the Negroes be so lost or die in such time of their being run away, the Christian servants, because it's against the law to enslave Christians, so they're codifying something new into this law. The Christian servants in company with them, who was in company with those Negroes, shall by proportion among them either pay 4,500 pounds of tobacco and cask, or 4 years service for every Negro so lost or dead. Thoughts?
So it was illegal to enslave Christians, and then this is trying to change that?
Yes. Yes. So England outlawed enslavement of Christian people, and they also outlawed the enslavement of other English people under English common principle. And so what this law is slowly but surely doing is it's changing it for the people who are here who identify as Christian. And that could either be someone who is of English ethnicity, or other such European people who identify as Christian. It excludes, at this particular point, any Black people who may identify as Christian, because it's not permitted. It's not permitted under the law.
Wait, 1 second. To be a Christian, wait. Go on. Okay, is there?
So what's your question? Because I'm sure I'm going to get there today.
Yeah, so we're saying like, so a Negro could be a Christian, but they weren't going to be a Christian. So like, it's still like, it just feels like it's like they're just like they're keeping them this.
No, you were not recognized as a
Christian at all. Okay.
You carry the connotation that you were of European descent. So if you see Christian, the word Christian, from the word English, they're not naming English because those English people could be Christian in English, or they could just be English and not Christian, but they're exempted by the English status. If they are Christian and not English, let's say they're Dutch or French or what other, European ethnic descent, they fall within that identity of Christian. Black people, African American people are not represented in that label of Christianity at this particular time. And I would say, even if some were, and let's say they have been baptized, etc., in the legal sense, the law is not recognizing them as Christian. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Okay. So I'm going to go on, and I have these visuals in here because what these underscore for me is the immense danger that African people are under from the beginning. So you know, the motive of, and I'll just say white people for sake of drawing it out, of white people is to elevate themselves, is to really have access to opportunity and to comfort at any means necessary. And it's not that they don't necessarily see these people as human, because they do. And I think we do a disservice to history by saying things like, they view these people as animalistic. You don't go through court trials and court cases and have all of this concern and move through all of these processes to oppress a group that you feel is not human. So I argue against that very, very strongly, vehemently. So you also have in this law, and I put this in here because what it underscores is a difference in the way in which Indians, some Indians, not all, but some, are being treated by this group of English people at the time, or by the power structure, if you will. And it's due to all sorts of things. You know, them feeling or seeing the Indians as people who could be agreeable to the establishment of treaties and or, you know, the adoption of some cultural practices, a willingness on the parts of Indians in some cases to share land. That was part of it. But this law of 1662 says, and be it further enacted that for the better relief of the poor Indians whom the ceding of the English hath forced from their wanted conveniences of oystering. So they're looking at, like, there's a casualty happening where, you know, the English have come and instituted themselves their land, and they're saying, okay, some of these people are being going without. They're going without food. So we're going to allow such things. So it says the English has forced from their wanted conveniences of oystering, fishing, and gathering tuckahoe, cuttaminions, or other wild fruits by which they were wanted for a great part of the year to subsist, be it therefore granted, enacted, and confirmed that the said Indians upon address made to 2 of the justices of that county they desire to oyster or gather wild fruit in, as aforesaid, they, the said justices, shall grant a license to the said Indians to oyster or gather fruits as aforesaid, provided the said justices limit the time the Indians are to stay. So they can give them permission, but it's only going to be for a limit of a certain amount of time. And the Indians bring not with them any guns or ammunition or any other offensive weapon, but only such tools or implements as serve for the end of their coming. So they're constituting what the Indians can bring. They can't bring any arms. They can't bear any arms. What's different here, and the distinction that I make, is that we went over an earlier law last week in 1640 that constituted that no Negroes were to be given any gun, any weaponry, or ammunition. And if that happened, whoever was giving it to them or were to give it to them would be fined by the governor and council. But set up a situation whereby Black people could not protect themselves. It also says, and if any Englishman, for this law, and if any Englishman shall presume to take from the Indians so coming in any, you know what, I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop and then I'll come back to this. Sorry, I'm sharing a lot. Any thoughts about that, what I just shared?
See.
I can go back to the slide.
Yes, go back to the slide. Yes, thank you so much.
Lori. So here's what I'll say in short, because this is a lot. They forced these people from their land. And now they're going to institute laws that provide a structure. And it could seem, if you're looking at this through the framework of a colonized mind, and you align with white mainstream narratives and the way that history is presented through a white frame, you could take the position as, wow, at least they allowed them to fish and to oyster and to pick wild fruit. If you come at it from a decolonized perspective and a decolonized mindset, you say, this is a bunch of BS.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. Cause I feel like it's like someone taking over your house. They kick you out of your house. They tell you to come to your house to get your stuff. I'm like, excuse me, I can only come for a limited amount of time. Like, you took my house. And that's why I said, I'm like, is this a real law? Like, you took my stuff, you took my home. You're telling me I can't come back inside my home to get my stuff, or I can't only come there at a certain time of day.
Right.
That's why I'm just appalled. I'm like, really? Like, you really think that's okay? Like, you take my stuff from me and then tell me I can't even come back. That's why I'm just a little shocked that I'm like, is this, it's a law. It came into be, I see as an act.
Absolutely.
But I'm still a little appalled. I am appalled by it. Not a little, I am appalled.
And so herein lies the idea of structural racism, because all throughout my work, and I go into the 21st century with a combination of laws and decisions through the Supreme Court and local courts and federal bills that were passed through Congress to underscore how constructed and manufactured white supremacy is and has been. Because when you have the ability to not only create culture, but you legitimize it by you instituting power structures to create laws that dictate how people are going to, what their realities are going to be, where people are situated in the culture. And that never ends, and you get to reinforce it. And then by the time you and I are born, it's just normal. We don't do any historical research. So we don't necessarily find any of that out. We just take it as like, wow, things are kind of messed up, but we never investigate or interrogate why. You take it as normal, then you end up in a very confused place, not really understanding the full context. And I think what this for me has done, and I call this liberation education, it's allowed me to forgive each and every single situation that I have ever judged or thought was the fault of a Black person or any other person that is not white. Because what I know to be true, as a result of taking this journey for the last 12 years of my life, is that you can't take responsibility for any outcomes in a situation where you didn't have any decision making, or the people from the collective group that you come from were victims to this situation and terrorized in this context. So I know that's a lot to consider right at this point, but I'll share some additional examples with you. So this law goes on to say, and if any Englishman shall presume to take from the Indians so coming in any of their goods, or shall kill, wound, or maim any Indian, he shall suffer as if he had done the same to an Englishman and be fined for his contempt. So this underscores two things: that one, there's some tension between large groups of English people and Indians. And we see that as it pertains to like Bacon's Rebellion and what happens about 13, 14 years later. But what it also underscores is that there is somewhat of a, due to the social dynamics, and I hate to even say this way, but I am. It also underscores that there is a protection that some Indians have, that they're being given, that most African Americans and Black people do not have. So it's necessarily a different relationship to the culture. Some even free Blacks at the time, they may be afforded semblances of this, but it's not, I haven't found where it's as documented in the laws per se. And that could be, I'm gonna say this, that could be not a fault or an error, but it could be a blind spot, if you will, in my research. So any thoughts before I go on?
The fact that they're talking about weapons is clear. It's clear that they saw, the natives as a threat, and realized that they could, you know, outnumber them, and there's a legitimate chance that they could revolt, and saying, well, we'll allow you to do this as long as you don't have weapons with you, is it's clear that that was the goal. They want to just disarm people who might actually rise up against them. And they, you know, I mean, if you are that kind of threat, you have negotiating power, whether, you know, whether it's through weapons or just sheer numbers. And what we see is the rights of natives not pulled away all at once, but slowly taken away little by little, which eventually leads to genocide, or it all happens sort of as one, one system that that had always intended on taking these rights away, and always intended on sort of conquering the Native Americans, but realizing that we can't just do it all at once.
Yeah,
It's not work.
that's a really great point. And I think to a degree, whereas maybe parts of it, and this is me giving white people too much credit, which I do not like to do, but maybe where parts of it were somewhat experimental, what I believe as I see this is that they learned very quickly that they could benefit through formalizing a system that would do exactly what you just said. So I am going to go back to this screen. I also integrate pieces around religion, around medicine, just to underscore the full context of anti-Blackness, anti-Black racism, and white supremacy. So religion, again, we looked at the law of the Maryland Toleration Act. This law, 1662, says, "Be it therefore enacted that the minister of every parish shall preach constantly every Sunday." So it's not an option. It's not your free will. You better do it. One Sunday in a month at each chapel of ease in his parish, any in it, and the other Sundays at his parish church, and that twice a year at least he administered the sacrament of the Lord's Supper. So you'll see, we've seen laws like this previously that say that if you blaspheme God, if you blaspheme Jesus Christ, you're to be put to death, and that your assets are to be forfeited and given to the king or the, Lord Baltimore and his heirs. So you can't talk against Christianity. You can't go against Jesus. It's not an option. And now it's reinforcing that people have to preach every Sunday. Some of the questions that I ask people is like, what types of privileges are being garnered for European whites at this time? What are they? And then what are they able to do as it pertains to Native, Indigenous, and African American Blacks? Like, what are they able to do to these people? What are the social relations that are developing between each of these groups? And how is this shaping culture? How's every single law that's being instituted, how does that become a cultural norm or just practice that's embedded into the culture? And then which tools are being used? And the tools that are being used at this point that I've pointed out are the tools of white supremacy, the tools of fear, the tools of the law as a formalized structure that dictates or constitutes what can be done, what can't, et cetera. And then also I included some aspects of religion. I don't talk about education at this point, but you also see in this era, like, I think is it Yale or Princeton? Some of those institutions, the colleges of William and Mary in the 18th century, those are developing. So in terms of what becomes the norm for education and or the standard. Breeze through that. I'll share a piece by Jacqueline Badalora in a minute, a video by her. We get to Elizabeth Key Grinstead. And while I love discussing this because this was just so eye-opening when I stumbled upon this some years back, it's also horrifying. So she was, I'll just read this. It says in 1655, William Grinstead, who was her common law husband, and he was the attorney for her because she was the daughter of Thomas Key, who was one of the House of Burgesses. He was in that power structure in Virginia. She was the daughter of him and an enslaved woman that he owned. So she was the product of rape. When she sued for her freedom and that of her son, so Thomas Key, he indentured her. And so he indentured her to Humphrey Higginson until she was age 15. And at age 15, her term of indenture was supposed to be over. So in short, you got an English father that's indentured his, not daughter, you got it, to another plantation. Higginson left though, he returned to England and he sold her indentureship to Colonel John Mottram. So she worked on the Mottram plantation from age 15 until I believe she was like age 24, 25. And then at that point, she started to challenge it. Like, hey, no, my dad gave me an indenture. He actually gave me a contract, paperwork. There's paperwork on this. And so she's able to, I believe she was able to present it because she was able to go to court. And so she goes to court against the Mottram estate and because they're trying to keep her under this indenture. And she ends up winning the initial case, but then they appealed it. And so when it went to the higher court sided with the Mottram plantation that her indenture was supposed to be upheld. So they're going back and forth for about a year. And then all of a sudden, the Mottram plantation decides to drop the suit. So anyway, what ends up happening as a result, so that's 1655 into 1656. The law at that time constituted, and this is why she went to court. She says, because my father is of English descent, Thomas Key, and he's a Christian. And the law under English common principle said that the condition of the child follows that of the father. So she was able to claim English identity, if you will, and go to court on that principle. So what do you think the courts decided as a result?
Well, we have the law where they say, like, if you're born the father, if you're a slave, they make you enslaved also. You don't follow your fathers anymore. Because they put a law in where even if you don't follow your father's, if he was English or Christian, you don't get to follow, you still can be a slave no matter what.
Well, this law says differently.
I know, but later on, I think later on they've changed though. Then they change. Oh, go on. I'll let you finish. I'll go on. I'll push.
I want to stay here for a second in this particular instance. So, because you've got a situation where this woman is going to court based on the law, which is supposed to be the thing that regulates how things go, right? So it's in her favor.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's in her favor. So she goes to court and she's got a good chance of, like, she wins based on that. So they side with her. But to your point, Ayo, is it Ayo or Io?
Ayo.
Ayo, okay. That changes. And so in order to protect their interests, and again, this is why I say to all Black people that we need to liberate ourselves in understanding that the idea of criminality and the ways in which white people have used the legal system or the law as rule to oppress us is far and wide. And so we need to absolve ourselves of those like conventional or contemporary thoughts and ways that we've been led to associate with the law or that it's fair and impartial, et cetera. Because what they do in this particular instance is they say, and this is to protect their interests, whereas some doubts have arisen whether children got by any Englishman upon a Negro woman should be slave or free, be it therefore enacted and declared by this present Grand Assembly that all children born in this country shall be held bond or free only according to the condition of the mother. and that if any Christian shall commit fornication with a Negro man or woman, he or she so offending shall pay double the fines imposed by the former act. You look stunned. You literally look stunned.
It's like,
Any reactions to that?
well, my face just showed it all right there. It just showed, it just showed everything. I was just like, here we go again with things being switched up. Let's make, it's like, but how can you, like, when you're fussing that you're about to do well, and it's like, let's find a way to just shift that back to where we don't have you do well again. Let's put this in order. And it's like, let's see, was this that's done in so many different ways. Like, they'll just shift it.
Absolutely. And I shared this picture because it, oh, I'm sorry. I shared this picture because, again, the law in its mere form is being used as a tool for white people to protect their interests, because if they're able to confine the birth of children to Black women or the identity of Black women, that does several things for them. It absolves them of the offenses that they commit rape against these women, so they can literally have their way, and there's no way to, there's no recognition if there's a child born. The other thing that it does is it confines the institution of slavery to the womb of Black women. It legitimizes it, and it leaves it rests it there. And I've gotten some of my language, and I recognize this from Dr. Jennifer Morgan. So this picture, it kind of says it all, because the more and more these women have these babies, the more and more our Black women have babies, their husbands, wives, and families, again, split apart, sold indiscriminately to different purchasers, and they're violently separated, and many don't ever meet again. And I think we're taught to dismiss it as like something casual. And the reason I share these laws, and even some of the names and faces of people that participated in developing them, is to humanize these experiences of the people that suffered this. So some of the questions that I've positioned here, and I'll ask you, it says, we are taught to dismiss this history as though these were norms of the time, and to be casually dismissive about it. However, I'm inviting you to pay attention to the images that I present, in addition to the actual, to answer the following question. What's developing,
Can somebody go on mute who's not speaking? If it's not Dante King, we want to put some other folks on mute.
It might be Lori, I'll mute her. So what's developing in regards to white men's regard for Black women? I'm going to focus specifically on Black women because this law is specific to them. What's the regard?
Is there much regard there though? Because I feel like if we're seeing, it's just finding ways to deny the rights of the Black women in so many ways. That's what it feels like. They're just trying to finding ways to deny it. That's what it seems like to me.
So because and it's twofold, right? They're recognizing their humanity because they recognize they have to do something about what's happening. But they're also at the same time doing things to diminish and deconstruct their humanity and or the value that has.
Yeah.
In this cultural context. So there is no regard. How does the inability to consider the pain, harm, and unwell being, all of the torture that these women experience in the trauma during this time become a cultural fixture amongst white men during this period and beyond? Because these laws do something in terms of embedding the ways in which this group, and not, it doesn't originate it, but it constitutes the ways in which this group begins to interact with this other group. And I'm focused specifically on white men and Black women.
Well, I'm gonna speak for my, like a lot of the fetishism, the over hypersexualations, most like mostly using viewing as like a way for just for this is for us, I'm thinking of like for present, just like the fetishizing, dismissal, projecting different things that they're having onto me is that's what I've just noticed, like this, like for me, from my experience of being a Black person inside this country in different spaces, what I've noticed from some white people or white men, this all of
And that very piece that you speak of has been documented by people like Bell Hooks, other feminist, Black feminist writers who have come before. And even like when you look at the work that Rosa Parks did in the 1940s with the NAACP, how she was their chief rape investigator because there were so many Black women who were being raped by white men. And that this kind of affixes, if you will, that cultural rite of passage that white men can have their way with Black women and their bodies in any way that they want. And it constitutes how Black women become really captive in this culture, not only legally, but symbolically and culturally, to not have any type of freedom or agency over their own bodies to even to tell their own story, what they represent, who they are, etc. All of that gets not only inappropriately, but inaccurately established and set up for them. So what becomes normal for European white male children? And what dynamics evolve between white women, girls, and Black and Native women and girls as the result of this? Because this shapes and impacts a multitude of different relationships during this time.
Yeah, I know I can definitely speak for the one for I've noticed different spaces where I go into as being a Black woman. If just being a Black woman, I notice sometimes I don't like this jealousy or but I'm having white women be very funny toward me or just acting all types of I'm like, oh, here we go with this stuff of like jealousy that I'm gonna possibly taking their man. I'm like, I'm not even looking at your man, your man's coming on to me. I'm not even going down that path. I see like this, some of them are really, I don't say catty, I like cats personally, so I don't say catty because I'm a big fan of cats, but this aggression, dismissal, this, I've seen jealousy, the competitiveness, or just trying to like how dare I be whatever, how dare you look be attractive. I should they should feel like views be there, be the highest views views should be them. If people get really weird toward me, if I may also take care, it's like all this type of weird, how dare I pretty much exist in different spaces. How dare I, they may be assuming that I may want their other white male or whatever that is, or maybe trying to, or also hypersexualize me also. I've dealt with that mess too from other white women viewing me as a person to bring into their partner want to be to their partner's bedroom or something, viewing me as a person like to seek out to get for their white male husband. There's a lot of stuff that I've seen in that area. Just like I had to deal with them. Was like, the babes heard about that stuff. I just like dealt with being out and about from different events.
Zayden, any thoughts? I see you thinking over there.
No, I have nothing to add at this moment.
Okay. If you know that you can be raped at any time, these are some just additional considerations by Englishmen or any other men. What type of, I didn't put the parentheses, what type of mental and emotional stress does that propel or compel? What is the impact on the pregnancy? How does that impact your ability to carry the full term, interrupt preterm birth conditions or create that? If you deliver a child and you know that the child can be taken from you, sold at any time, what impact does that have on the mental, physical, and emotional stress of the body of Black women how does it impact their ability to connect with their children, and furthermore, their connection and relationship to childbirth? Is that a necessarily a happy event? Is it, you know, very celebrated, or how are the emotions working together? What degrees of angst and anxiety envelop? So I'm going to ask you, like, on a scale of 1 to 20, what do you think the degree of angst and anxiety would be for these women?
Like angst, anxiety, like be 20 for someone the highest scale, it'd be like a lot of anxiety. You're gonna like, if you've been raped, you may see a child, even though it's a child, like it may remind you of the person who raped you, a constant reminder of what happened for that assault that happened to your body. So it'd be taken away from you. It's just like this ongoing, like, worrying about, am I gonna be seen as like, also be seen as the one who brought it upon myself too? And then having the reminder in front of me, and then may see my child go the same thing.
So I'm going to disagree with you a little bit, Ayo.
Okay.
You ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Hello?
I'm here.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I would say 50. I mean, there really are no words to really describe it. Because one, you're fitting into a landscape of a culture that's being built, and the conditions that are changing moment to moment, and you don't have any understanding or any idea that the world around you is changing or how it's changing, but you're experiencing the results of it. Zayden, do you have any thoughts? I want to hear like a thought that you have.
I think the overall idea of what we're seeing is these are laws that are acknowledging the fact that white men are going to rape Black women. And instead of saying we should try to stop that, these are laws that are meant to deal with the repercussions of that. Well, how do we deal with the results of these rapes instead of trying to prevent them to begin with?
Mm-hmm. So let me go here. What becomes the relationship, or what dynamics do you think get created or evolve, if you will, on behalf of Black men or Black boys who are watching their mothers get raped, or watching their brothers and sisters be ripped away, or watching their wives or sisters or cousins go through this, and they really don't have much agency at all. The only option is to risk their lives, which many do, but is to stand by and watch it and deal with like deeply seated hate and anger and rage that evolves from it, or to do something about it. Like, what dynamic does this set up between African-American men, Black men, and white men?
Well, obviously there's always a lot of talk about the threat of violence and death, but this is a threat of something that hangs over a person and might make them think twice about rebelling, make them think twice about speaking up. And it's a very scary condition to live under. And very, whatever the opposite of empowering is, it's discouraging.
Yes, and so I'm going to ask you, I'm going to take a pause for a second and ask you, what is your take on criminality and how it's being set up and arranged at this point? Because these laws constitute who's criminal. Because if at any given time you rebel against them, you're criminal. I have a different perspective. When I think of just in terms of criminality, who are the criminals in this situation?
Yeah, that's a very good point. The laws themselves are criminal, and yeah, it's quite inherent that it's a system meant to reinforce a dynamic.
Yes, yes. All right, so I'm going to go to Dr. Jennifer Morgan. She's a professor of social and cultural analysis and history. She's also the chair of the Department of Social and Cultural Analysis at New York University. So I'm going to pull from her work, certain pieces of her work, because she studied the law of Parta Sequitur Ventrum and Parta Sequitur Patrum pretty thoroughly. And so she says, women of African descent in the 17th century, English Atlantic understood the evolving logic of race as praxis. Slave traders, early English slave owners, and colonial legislators all offered clumsy and piecemeal articulations of New World labor practices. But the terms of racial slavery rested emphatically on women's bodies, Black women's bodies. Whether it was to clarify that the baptism of children did not convey freedom, to regulate the intimacies that were at the heart of interracial sex, or to ascertain that enslaved women's babies were always already enslaved, reproducing women possessed problems and offered solutions for English Atlantic settlers concerned for what it meant to be enslaved and free in the early modern Atlantic. So they pose both a problem and a solution. So we've got to do something about the problem that they're posing. Some additional considerations. Let me just move this, additional points. When colonial Virginia legislators passed this act to clarify the hereditary nature of racial slavery, they explicated the connection between birth and race. So they analyzed it very thoroughly. They didn't just do it. These were talks that happened. People sat in rooms. They devised these laws. The 1662 intervention was a reassurance to slave-owning settlers. It served as a way to help slave owners map the new meanings of status that were being produced onto the bodies of Black women specifically. They invoked Roman law, which dealt with livestock, Parta Sequitur Ventrum, rather than using bastardly principle to sever ties to lineage and kin.
Wow.
It enmeshed Black motherhood into the slave market as normal and rational cultural practice. It is more than a response to racial slavery that comes quite late on the spectrum of coloniality, because you've got the 15th century and the 1400s and the 16th century and the 1500s, where you got the Portuguese, Spaniards, French, all participating in the transatlantic slave trade. And so this comes a little bit late, as he's underscoring. And then you also have to consider the dynamic or reality of sex ratios at the time. Black women constituted roughly 50% of enslaved peoples kidnapped, sold, traded, and transported from Africa, while white women made up less than 1/10 to 1/12 of women who entered the Americas prior to the 19th century. So the ability to reproduce children increased the value of Black women in the eyes of white capitalists. That about says a lot. So they're valuable in one such sort of way, but lack value in any other way.
Mm-hmm.
Therein lies a huge point for me that I've thought about and continue to size up, is that they're predisposed to not see, feel, or think anything about these people other than that they are tools. They are a means to an end.
Mm-hmm.
Because Elizabeth Key's comprehension of her embeddedness in racialized structures of meaning and labor fades from our view if we emphasize her court case as a moment of flexibility, fluidity, and of possibility. It is left out of the archives because motherhood inhabits an entirely different moral and historical realm than economy. Of course, that was not the case for Elizabeth, the child of an African woman whose freedom and that of her children was dependent upon English men. So I argue that we're never free because of that, because we're not free in two places, in the minds, in the perceptions of white people, and also the law. We don't, whether it's the rule of law or the enforcement of it. Those are the two places where African Americans continue to be in bondage. And that is true for today. Elizabeth may not have understood the role in which her case would have had in propelling the 1662 Act, but she did understand that the atmosphere in which she lived was one that put herself and her kin in jeopardy. The forces that moved Key and her husband in and out of court were precisely those that anticipated both her vulnerability and that of all Black women, both in slavery and freedom in the 17th century Atlantic world. Legally sanctioned claims of lineage were short-lived, and the link between the Key case and the 1662 Act that effectively closed the door on future claims to lineage is self-evident. Lineage could not be legally recognized for Black women when racial slavery depended upon the transformation of lineage into embodied inheritance. Any thoughts before I go on?
No, not on that one. I just
And I list these names here because these are the names of people who were present, some of the names in the proceedings in government between 1662 and 1680. So these people sat around in rooms and they discussed these laws and what they would be, who they would impact, how they would impact them. Okay. You've got the case of Anthony Brown and John Kasser. I won't go into too much detail, but Anthony Brown was one of the slaves who was aboard, I believe it's the White Lion, which is the first slave ship that that was kidnapped or taken over, and then it arrived in Virginia in August of 1619. He was one of the Africans who, actually, he was an indentured servant. So he came here under a contract of indenture, and he served for, I believe, 3 years. And in or around 1640, he moved to Northumberland, I believe, Virginia, and he had his own plantation. And one of the people who worked on that plantation was John Kasser. And anyway, he had a indenture, if you will. He claimed he had an indenture, but that, like, the paper had been lost. So he goes to, I forget exactly what happens, but I know he goes to work for someone else on another plantation because he does give him his freedom for a short while. And then Anthony Brown sues that other person. And so they go to court. And so this is what the court decides. They say, this is 1655. This day, Anthony Johnson Negro made his complaint to the court against Mr. Robert Parker and declared that he denied his servant, John Kasser Negro, under the pretense that said Negro was a free man. The court, seriously considering and maturely weighing the premises, do find that the said Mr. Robert Parker most unjustly keepeth the said Negro from Anthony Johnson, his master. It is therefore the judgment of the court in order that the said Negro John Kasser forthwith return unto the service of the said master Anthony Johnson, and that Mr. Robert Parker make payment of all charges in the suit. So they returned John Kasser to Anthony Johnson. And this is constituted as the first civil case where a Black person becomes enslaved for life under the law, because they side against his indenture in this case. And I point this out because this is a situation where you've got a Black man who has an indentured servant and owns another Black man. And I hear a lot of times people say, well, you know, Black people own slaves too. That would only be true under a system that requires one to either live or die based on whether or not they decide to do this thing. Does that make sense? So while it is true that Anthony Johnson,
Mhm.
huh?
Go on, go on.
While it is true that Anthony Johnson did own him and did own a few other enslaved people, it's not anything that he had necessarily a choice in, because either you participated in this system, which was a system of economics to survive, or you didn't, and you didn't survive, and you were poor. You went poor and destitute, is what happened. Um, and I would also say, in the realm of those free Blacks who also owned enslaved people or indentured servants, if you will, they were few and far between. You don't have a significant population. There's roughly only 3 or 4 or 5 that are documented. Like, the number is relatively small in terms of Black people who have plantations.
Okay.
During this period. At any given time, it's roughly 5% of the population, 5 to 7% of the population. What that also underscores for me, if we put that in a historical and a cultural context, at any given time, white people have only allowed roughly 5 to 10% of the Black population to do well, to do really well and to thrive. So there's an experience that quote unquote free Blacks are having during this period that the majority of Black people are not having. And so there's a disconnect. All right, I'm gonna go on. So as a result of these conditions changing, and Zayden hit on this a moment ago, what you begin to see are rebellions, slave rebellions. And I'm gonna ask you to, this was the first one that's documented, and I am pretty certain that there were smaller ones. Even though the clipping is from Amistad, I just had that there's a visual. The first was 1663, Gloucester County, Virginia. And there are thousands of these rebellion movements that follow. So I'm gonna pause here and then go to you. When you look at that slide, right, and what the turmoil that's beginning to ensue, how would you react if you're put in a system where everything is starting to work against you? What alternatives do you have?
You try to fight, destroy. You're trying to fight. You're pretty much fighting for your life. You're literally fighting for your life to survive. So you're fighting for your life because like you said, all the laws are going against you. Everything's set up for you not to survive, do well. So you're just going to do whatever you can simply to break free of it, destroy, fight, rebel, hurt, whatever that may look like.
You're fighting against your humanity. I'm sorry, you're fighting for your humanity. You're fighting just to have humanity.
Yeah.
But what does the narrative become? The white mainstream narrative about who African Americans are for
so
fighting.
Angry. How dare they? Let's have a good life. Like why are they causing so much trouble? This is what I'm just looking at what's going on right now for like when everything's happening where people are fighting for our lives. It seems we're like causing disruption. How dare we be unruly? But you're looking like, no, this is some really fucked up shit. And this is not okay to happen. But it's seen as like now we're somehow the threat, but you've been threatening us for all this damn time and trying to make it hard for us to get through. So that's where it's like this, like, beware of the Negro, beware of the Blacks, beware of the whatever. But no, you're doing all this stuff that are not good, and that's why we're fighting to live.
And what's really dangerous is that the majority of white people, at least that I come in contact with here in the Bay Area, when I do these workshops, they're going, oh shit, wow. We've actually they wake up to the fact that they've been dangerous for us and to us in every way for the most part. Because what you have to begin to interrogate and investigate is what's developing in the root of white identity as these laws are being constructed. There's something that's happening socially in the ways in which they're dispositioned or predispositioned toward Blackness. And it may not necessarily be by the choices of like the common day person, but in order to survive in society, you fall in line with the norms and customs and the rules and the practices and the policies of what's going on. And then, 20, 30, 40 years later, your children are born, grandchildren, they don't question it. It's just usual. It's the way that things are. And so Black people are stereotyped, stigmatized, criminalized, and victimized as dangerous, as problematic, as treacherous people, not understood, without the context of ever naming that white people set up a situation that required and or fueled Black people to become this way in this cultural context. But if you leave those pieces out of it, you think that, oh, everything was kind of quite fine, and these people just became unruly by themselves. And that's a dangerous narrative to perpetuate because it doesn't provide the context. So we've only gone over a little this, I'm gonna try to go a little bit deeper. So it underscores what I call the racial identity associations of who people become in a cultural context. So you see white people, Europeans are civilized. There's a presumption of innocence that rests on the white body and white identity in this culture. They can get away with anything almost, get away with more. And there's a presumption of guilt and criminality that rests in white identity, where we can suspect two people waiting in a Starbucks that they're up to something and they become arrested. Or the woman that's at Yale, she's in the common room, and because she's causing a problem, she's not supposed to be doing that. And if she were white, that would be different. Okay. So I play around with this earlier on in my workshop that I do, just to present that idea. Zayden, do you have any thoughts?
About what specifically?
About what I'm naming in regards to like racial identity associations and how people are regarded in society and in this culture, if you will, at this moment, and what's beginning to unfold.
Just that it started from the very inception of the country and before that.
And I appreciate that point because it's really, and this is why I go to colonialism, because you can start in 1789 and with the Constitution declaring independence, but if you do that, you don't understand what the Black experience has been, because at that point in history, nothing changes. The only thing that changes is that white people who consider themselves oppressed to English colonial rule, they get to declare independence and they become free. But everything that's being shaped into white identity during these, 170 or 81 years, however long it is that this is happening, it does not change. And for white people, it actually gets better, it gets elevated. Because now you have no one to answer to, you get to create your own culture, but it's a continuation of the culture that has been built already for almost 200 years. But it's also the continuation of a culture of Black people, of an oppressive situation for Black people during this period and beyond. And it actually gets worse because in the 20th century, and I probably won't get there for months, but they institute laws in Supreme Court decisions pertaining to housing, all this other stuff that I talk about. So I'm gonna go back to these slides. Actually, I'm gonna go to a video by Jacqueline Badalora, and I want you to pay attention to what she's talking about, because she's gonna introduce the concept of this law that was created in Maryland in 1664. Or actually, I think it might be Virginia. They have Virginia and Maryland. Okay, here we go.
And that's what we're going to talk about next. All right, this little depiction is meant to be a depiction of the lawmakers in Maryland, colonial Maryland lawmakers. They passed a law in 1664 punishing, and I quote, British and other freeborn women who marry enslaved Negro men. The punishment for entering into these marriages was that the woman herself would be enslaved for her husband's life, and any children they have would be enslaved into their 20s. Now imagine that you are a plantation owner That's not a bad deal. I get more property. I like that. And that is exactly what happened. Rather than deter these marriages, which is the express intent of the law of 1664, rather than deter them, these marriages were encouraged by property owners because that, in fact, that such a marriage increased their property value. This law of 1664 represents, if not the first, certainly the precursor to anti-miscegenation law. These are laws that punished or prohibited marriage between, notice that white people didn't exist yet in 1664, at least as referenced in that law. But most generally speaking, anti-miscegenation law prohibited and punished marriages between a white person and a specific non-white person or persons. Let me be really clear. I read all the time in history books, in academic texts, and I read anti-miscegenation law described as prohibiting interracial marriage. That's not correct. For example, a member of a native tribe could marry a person of Chinese descent. Both were understood as racially distinct, but never did anti-miscegenation law prohibit such kinds of marriages. The only marriages that anti-miscegenation law prohibited were those between a white person and always a person of African descent, and sometimes various other groups. Okay, so just so we're really clear about anti-miscegenation law and its link to whiteness. A couple other things to note about anti-miscegenation law. It's not derived from British law. Anytime we look at law and study history and you see a break from British common law, you always want to pay attention, because it tells us something about the needs and desires of those who wielded power in the colonial context. So anti-miscegenation law was one of these laws. They were passed colony by colony and then state by state. It's a really important area of law for a number of reasons. But for our purpose this morning is because it's where this human category called white first appears on planet Earth, the first time. In addition, anti-miscegenation law is important because it lasted more than 300 years. These anti-miscegenation laws literally shaped the faces of this group of more than 2,000 X number of people that I'm looking at today. The Maryland legislature sought to correct for the encouragement of marriages that they described in that previous law of 1664.
Okay, before I get there, any thoughts about that? No thoughts? Lori, any thoughts? Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear you just fine over here. So
Okay,
I'm
cool.
definitely processing a couple of things about how the idea of like where the term white, where it started, how we have to start looking at more history when they comment about sort of breaking away from British laws, like what were put in place to help out the colonial people. And it's definitely, there's so much that definitely is crossing my mind. I think it was the generally like loving, just to talk this, that just had a recent anniversary. So I'm like, anyway, I can hear you fine.
Okay, I can see you processing.
Yeah, I'm definitely processing. I see your picture, I don't see you. I was like, so yeah, definitely processing.
Let me, sorry, I'll put on my
Hey.
I turned it off for the video because I don't like for people to be like distracted or anything. I'm going to, hold on, let me copy this invitation. I'm going to put it back because there are people on Facebook that are hitting me up like, oh my God, how can I get in?
Yeah, I was there. I'm like, Lori, help me. Trying to see this. Help me out, Lori.
Hold on, so let me go here and actually put it in the link. Zayden, did you have any thoughts while I'm doing that?
It is eye-opening and thought-provoking to think that the idea of whiteness didn't exist and didn't need to exist. It didn't need to exist until it was used to try to create two different systems. The word I'm thinking of is, I'm forgetting the term, but in order to suppress, Black people, in order to perpetuate slavery, the idea, the very identity of white people needed to be created in order to create that double standard is the word I was looking for.
Yes, and that is where it's so, for me, it has been critical to get to. When you look at that language of white even being established, it's very intentional. It's anti-Black.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, just to repeat exactly what you just said, but the idea of whiteness developed simply to be anti-Black.
Yes.
To create that dichotomy.
Absolutely. Okay. And that is what you begin to see. So this law of Maryland or Virginia that she just spoke of, right? This, I believe, is from Maryland. What it says, and it's I'll just read this, an act of 1664, act of 1664, an act concerning Negroes and other slaves. Okay. And she read a little bit of this. It says, but the first part of it that she didn't go into, it says, be it enacted by the right honorable and Lord Proprietary, this is white privilege, by the advice and consent of the upper and lower house of his present General Assembly, that all Negroes or other slaves already within the province and all Negroes and other slaves to be hereafter imported into the province shall serve durante vita, hard labor for life. So if you are Black and you are imported into the colony, you can be of another nationality or descent. But if you are, only if you are a slave, and you are a slave before you get here, if you're a non-Black, you are still gonna be a slave. But if you are Black and you're here in this cultural context, and even if you get transported into this country and you are free, if you are Black and you get imported into this particular cultural context, you automatically become enslaved. And that is a very distinct difference. This law then goes on to say, and all children born of any Negro or other slave shall be slaves as their fathers were. And this is what she read, for the term of their lives. And forasmuch as diverse English women, forgetful of their free condition, and to the disgrace of our nation, marry Negro slaves, by which also diverse suits, diverse children may arise touching the issue of such women, and a great damage befalls the masters of such Negroes, for the prevention whereof, for deterring such freeborn women from such shameful matches. We've gotta do something to prove our point. Be it further enacted by the authority, advice, and consent aforesaid, that whatsoever freeborn woman shall marry any slave, because we've already constituted that Negroes are slaves, from and after the last day of this present assembly, shall serve the master of such slave during the life of her husband, if she marries him. And that all the children of such freeborn woman so married shall be slaves as their fathers were. And be it further enacted that all the children of English or other freeborn women, non-English, but of other European descent, that have already married Negroes shall serve the masters of their parents till they be 30 years of age and no longer. Any thoughts? You are just struck. Any thoughts? Is it like tearing away some layers for you, at least a little bit?
For me, I know these already, just started seeing it. I knew it was already there. But I simply just seeing it like, oh, here's like the actual law they put into place. But I knew that these things, but I didn't know, like, I know this went into place, I know this stuff happened, but I didn't actually see the law. Here it is, smack dab in place, they put into effect. But I knew it was there. I knew, like, just know about how this trying to marry anyone who was Black, you're going to be going through slavery. Like how they just did all these things to try to protect the white woman, or to protect intermarriage, or just say, if you're going to do it, you're going to be, your kids will be in this situation too. Like I knew it was there, but just seeing it, it does affect me.
Of course.
It just affects me. But yeah, just seeing like, oh, there's the law they just put into, just like, here you go, law, and more laws to keep the same mess going, to keep that putting like this.
Yes.
Another group underneath another group, just like to. I'm trying to. The word escapes me. Yeah. Okay.
To manufacture their oppression and to manufacture your elitism and your privilege and power to legitimize it. So some questions that come to mind for me. So if you are a Negro man in colonial Maryland between the years of 1664 and 1669, what does your experience become? What reactions do you think these men begin to have, being forced into a lifetime position of forced free servitude, relegated to the bottom of society in terms of Native, Indigenous, English, Christian, white, and African, okay? What do you think they begin to do as a result of these conditions? Please also think about the impact on English and other freeborn women. What's the impact to them? How encouraged and or motivated do these women become, or would these women be, to marry and or be in relationship with men who have now been put in a position of being forced to work for life without pay? So it brings into a lot regarding humanity and economics. What choices do these women have, and what choices do they likely make as a result of these new rules? What's also the psychosomatic effect? Physical illness or other condition caused or aggravated by a mental factor, such as internal conflict or stress. And then what passes down to the next generation? What passes on and on and on and on and on for generations to come? Because other such colonies adapt laws from this model that shape culture. So you've got 1667, and this is a case where Fernando, who was a free African man, let me just see. He was in England prior to coming to North America, and he was baptized as Christian over there. And he presented papers that substantiated that he was baptized as Christian. So he gets here and he argues his case that he should be free and not enslaved. And the lawmakers, they dismiss his case. So it's not, we're not only dealing with the letter of the law and the rule of it. What else are we dealing with as it pertains to the law? I'll say this. We're dealing with bias in terms of the way in which it's enforced, because the law is very clear as to what it says under English common principle, that Christians cannot be enslaved. Mm-hmm. He is not the benefactor of that law based on the bias that exists on the people who are deciding how it gets enforced. I saw you take a deep breath. Lori, any thoughts? No, Lori, did you say no? Okay, okay. I'm gonna move on, because here's the other thing. So I mentioned two conditions, or if you will, or identifiers that would exempt one from being enslaved. Do you remember what they were?
Christian and English.
You were Christian and English, right? Actually, let me, because for some reason my slides are out of order. Okay, that's why. Okay, so Christian and English. So now you've made Black people slaves automatically through the law, through birth by Black women, and through conception by Black men. That's done.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're Black, you're automatically enslaved. But what happens if, let's just say, these white Christian men, in their Christian goodness, start to think, well, what if we want these African people, as we season them, because there was the process of seasoning where they beat them, they beat their language out of them, they beat them into conformity when they got here, and they branded them. But in addition to that, what if we want them to now adopt the principles and the standards of this culture? Because they need to conform, and they also need to be able to integrate into society under our rules, our norms. And we have an opportunity to really maximize our cultural norms and habits with these young Black children that are being born. So what do you think comes into play as a result of that, as it pertains to Christianity? Because if we start to baptize these children because we want them to practice Christianity, what does that do for these Black children?
We need to eliminate that criterion of freedom and just all in basically pull away that curtain, that lie, saying that there's some sort of legitimacy to slavery when really they're just basically coming out and saying now that it's just based entirely on racism.
Yes. You've got to do something about that when you said it, but that legal factor, you got to do something, because if you now make these people Christian under the current law, they're going to be free if you make these babies Christian. So what do you do in order to stop that or to prevent it?
Change the law again.
Okay.
Here again. They'll change the law yet again.
The law says, whereas some doubts, and this is 1667, whereas some doubts have arisen whether children that are slaves by birth, by virtue of their baptism, should be made free. It is enacted and declared by this grand assembly and the authority thereof that the conferring of baptism does not alter the condition of the person as to his bondage or freedom, that diverse masters freed from this doubt may more carefully endeavor the propagation of Christianity by permitting children, those slaves or those of greater growth, those who are older already born and exemplify some qualities, if capable, to be admitted to that sacrament.
So update the law. To add that part, update the law. Just like, listen, that's a line right here. So if we do baptize you, yet you're still going to be enslaved. So just ignore the Christian, but you still have the same, you'll keep the same process going. You'll still be enslaved or in bondage. It's been updated and tweaked a little bit more to fit their needs.
Yeah.
So they use their workforce.
And so, you know, as you're following this, what I also want to underscore, and I can't underscore this enough, is this is happening specifically and entirely to Black people. Yes, it may be happening to other people who are constituted as being enslaved at this moment during this time, but it's very specific in terms of like the position of Negroes in this culture, from an identity perspective, from a cultural perspective, and what the experience becomes. And it's targeted, which to the point that I made and Zayden made earlier, about the whole idea of whiteness, it's rooted in anti-Blackness. So I'm going to go on to, actually, before I do go on to that video, I'll go back here. You've also got, you know, because so all of these things happen. You got forced enslavement. What do you think becomes the emotional energy of Black men and women during this time? How are they feeling?
Well, I think it may be a variety. Some people are sort of like, what the heck? Some people are like enraged. Some people are like, look, here it is again. Like this will be live with this forever. Will it ever really change? I think you may have a variety of people being extremely enraged. Some people sort of like, oh, this is simply like they're born to the norm of this is like the norm of what's been going on forever right now for quite a few years.
We're outnumbered by these people. All of these things are going on. They're getting to have their way. So I may as well, it's a life or death situation.
Survive within it. Let me try to do something to, it depends. Let me try to survive within whatever these constraints are, something to get by with what type of life you might have.
Yes, Yolanda, please get on here. Please try to get, the link is on my page. Yolanda is going off. She's like, it's hopelessness, fearful, terrorized, absolutely. Anger, rage. So there's only two ways to go within this.
Yeah.
I'm about to kick some ass or steal some weaponry and risk my life, or I've got to conform within it and navigate it the best way that I possibly can. Either way, it's a trap.
Yeah.
I'm never safe. I'm never safe. I want you to say that. I want you to say that yourselves. Say, I'm never safe.
Yeah, I'm never safe. Yeah, it's like no matter what you do, it's like something gonna pop up and get you in some other. That's what like no matter what's done, it will come up in some other way. Like you'll think you're safe over here, where they're doing all the so-called right things, but still something's gonna happen in some way. Like it's never really safe.
Right. And so now, though, because those reactions that are being had, and people are fighting it back against these conditions, white people have to defend themselves, right? And they further have to do things to ensure that it is constituted that they mean business about what they're trying to achieve, which is economic wealth, you know, economic standing and white comfort and all the privileges and benefits that come along with being white. They've got to secure their place in society. So they've got to take drastic measures to be able to do that. So then you have in 1669, the Casual Killing Act. And I want to note, it's casual. And it says, whereas the only law in force for the punishment of refractory servants resisting their masters, mistress, or overseers, so for white servants, it cannot be inflicted upon Negroes, nor the obstinacy, the stubbornness of many of them be suppressed by anything other than violent means. Be it enacted and declared by this Grand Assembly that if any slave resists his master or other by his master's order correcting him, and by the extremity of the correction should happen to die, that his death shall not be accounted a felony, but the master or the other person appointed by the master to punish him be acquitted from molestation, since it cannot be presumed that premeditated malice, which alone makes murder a felony, should induce any man to destroy his own estate. So I say that it made killing Black people legal, normal, cultural, and moral in the white mind and in the white cultural context. And so any such other person that comes into this cultural context that is either Black or non-white is socialized in this way as well. Any thoughts? Ayo, you are, oh my.
Expressive, so I know that everything it shows on my face is like there's watch I use my face to go like woo. It's like, but no, because I just look at what's happening. We see what's happening right now. Like this is like it's dismissed, like it's like the norm. How dare you resist? How dare you do whatever? You can be killed. Whatever you do to resist, it's like seen as like, oh, it's nothing. Because they start way like look at things that like the law was happening way back when, but you see this whole thing still carrying out today. Was how it's not thought as being anything different. Like, oh, that's the norm. That they simply had behaviors. They didn't say anything, or it's all right if there just feels like it's just like, oh, it's the norm. It's the norm.
Yes, absolutely. And this other law that I'm going to go to, and some questions that I have is, you know, as European Christians and white people, you have now gained the privilege of rendering and inflicting and enforcing abuse onto Negroes, legitimized through and by the law. How do you think this takes formation over the next 10 years to come? What message does it render to others like you? How does it shape your identity and the identity of others like you? What stories do you begin to tell to your family and friends in terms of what is happening around you as either a European person or a Negro person, or actually as a European person or English? As an African or African American or Negro, you observe others around you being murdered and or chastised and forced by English European Christians, whites around you. What's your initial reaction? What do you begin to internalize? What considerations might be had for those who want to fight but have families and know that their children and or spouses can be put at risk? And then what stories do you begin to tell to your family and friends in terms of what's happening around you? Any thoughts?
Hello.
Is that Yolanda?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My initial thoughts is just rage, anger, fear, just everything all at once, explosive, but also contained, because you can't explode because of your children and everyone else around you. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So you're like screaming to the top of your lungs and the inside, right up to here. It's almost, you just kind of lose it in a way. You're just so mad and rage, but you can't act.
But so then you die early, you suffer from heart disease.
Depression.
Depression.
Depression comes in there.
True, it's so true.
It's
so true. Even now, in the year 2020, these effects ripple down, and this treatment and this type of mindset and terror that has been instilled in our ancestors, it was carried on when they birthed their children. When their children was little, they had to like tell them things to keep them safe, even though they didn't understand it. That fear stayed in, like, oh no, we better not do that. Why? Because mama said so. Not really understanding, but that's how you survive. And even now, yes, we have more opportunities now, but the damage is done. It's a little too late.
I don't think we have more opportunities.
No, I mean, like, what I want to say is that when they bring opportunity, say, oh, you can go to school now, you can buy a house now. It's advertised, but it's not really real. It's not real. It still does not include us. And so many of us will try to make strides in our lives to advance ourselves, our families, our lives, our living conditions, our communities. But there are many of us, so many of us, who say, nah, yeah, they doing on that job. They're not going to let us in. But I'm like, well, what do you want to do about it? Well, that's okay. I'm just going to stay right here because that's all they want for us anyway. Well, it's just so deep rooted that some people just.
But not only that, Yolanda, like the other side to that is that it is very true. There are only so many of us that are going to be allowed to sit at any given table at a given time. And so 10 Yolandas with the same types of education, experience, apply for the 10 positions that are open over at Microsoft or at Facebook. And guess what? One, maybe two, and most likely none are going to get chosen and selected.
Yeah.
And so the deeply rooted ways that we have of maybe not wanting to excel in the cultural context of the white mainstream world, I absolutely get it. And so people who decide to go out and do things that are quote unquote against the law, go be it. Go, I say have at it, as long as it doesn't hurt anyone. I don't like the idea of having to sell drugs, but while I don't like that idea, I also recognize that white people have made every other income stream almost obsolete and unavailable for us. And so we do what is necessary and what we feel we have to in order to survive or support our families, and one further, experience the type of luxury that we see dangled in front of our faces. What it has meant to be white and have opportunity. And so we find our way of doing that in every such other context, in any context that we can. And the other thing that this underscores, and I hope people are paying attention, is that from politics to being the CEO and executive of a company, capitalism is rife with racism, white racism. It is an evil system. And it is necessarily a system of socialism for white people. It was set up that way for their participation only. So it is rife with deception. And it is unfortunate that we as Black people even have to exist in a context where we are part of capitalism, but we are in it and we need it to survive. But I think it's important to have a very thorough and decolonized relationship and understanding of it. Because for Black people, and I argue this very profoundly, that Black people, unfortunately, have had to bite the bullet and deal with the fact that people who look like you and me once were the means, our bodies were once the means of producing the economy and creating the economy that we know of today. And then once that ends, we're figured in and we're paid lower wages than white people. But it's the same type of servitude and it's the same type of participation in a deceptive system. But we have to support ourselves and we have to figure into it somehow. So we make the best of it. But at its core, it is an evil system.
It is evil.
Designed by and with deception, all in it. And that's the same for education and any other institution that we want to talk about. So I know that's a lot for you all to think about, but for the sake of time, I'm gonna move on. And I see some people telling me to preach. I'm not preaching.
Teaching. Hey, and I just want to say, excuse me, those who are on Facebook, feel free to join in on the Zoom link. We love to have you as part of the conversation.
Yes, please join in. Thank you. And if you all want to like share that link on your pages, you can. So you have at this point in time the Royal African Company, which was originally known as the Company of Royal Adventures Trading to Africa. By its charter issued in 1660, it was granted a monopoly over English trade along the west coast of Africa, with the principal objective of being the search for gold. In 1672, the company restructured with a new charter from King James II as the new Royal African Company. Its new charter was broader than the old one and included the right to set up forts and factories, maintain troops, and exercise martial law in West Africa in pursuit of trade in gold, silver, and African slaves. So they set up martial law. And so you see a significant increase in the production of slaves who are imported. Of the 3.9 million that were imported here through the transatlantic slave trade from the early 17th century into the 19th century, the numbers just, accelerate significantly. So you all see that jump?
Yes.
Okay, so we've got to do some things because we've now got more of these people that are coming here. So what do we have to do? And I hope that you've gotten the pattern up to this point. What's about to happen?
Let's suppress them some more, make some more laws to keep them in check when they come over.
And I'm telling you, it doesn't even take, I'll tell you guys this, it does not even take 3 or 4 hours of me being into my workshop and people just get it. People are grabbing at their hair like, what's gonna happen next? Because to the point that you made, Ayo, about like, we understand that something happened, some very bad things happen. It's one thing to have that notion and kind of know it. It's another to be able to point to specific. Yeah. Okay. So this law, 1672, an act for the apprehension and suppression of runaways, Negroes, and slaves, for as much as it hath been manifested to this grand assembly. So it's been shared. Many people are going to the Grand Assembly saying that Negroes have lately been and now are out in rebellion in sundry parts of this country. So they're getting here, but they're running away. And it's more of them, so they're organizing. And that no means have yet been found for the apprehension and suppression of them, by whom many mischiefs, many problems of very dangerous consequence may arise to the country if either other Negroes, Indians, or servants should happen to fly forth and join them, because that is what begins to happen. for the prevention of which, be it enacted by the governor, council, and burgesses of this grand assembly, and by the authority thereof, and it is further enacted that the neighboring Indians do and hereby are required and enjoined to seize any Negro, mulatto, Indian slave, or servant for life runaway, and shall be pursued by the warrant or hue and cry. It shall and may be lawful for any person who shall endeavor to take them upon the resistance of such Negro, mulatto, Indian slave, or servant for life to kill or wound him or them so resisting, provided always, and it is the true intent and meaning hereof that such Negro, mulatto, Indian slave, or servant for life be named and described in the hue and cry, which is also to be signed by the master or owner of the said runaway. And if it happen that such Negro, mulatto, Indian slave, or servant for life do die of any wound in such their resistance receive, the master or owner of such shall receive satisfaction from the public for his said Negro, mulatto, Indian slave, or servant for life. So they have an insurance policy. They're going to be paid by the public. So killed for dying or dying of such wounds. And the person who shall kill or wound by virtue of any such hue and cry, any such Negro so resisting in manner as aforesaid shall not be questioned for the same, for the same, he forthwith giving notice thereof and returning the hue and cry or warrant to the master, owner of him, or them so killed or wounded, or to the next justice of the peace. And it is further enacted by the authority aforesaid that all such Negroes and slaves shall be valued at 4,500 pounds of tobacco in cask apiece, and Indians at 3,000 pounds of tobacco in cask.
What?
Okay. And further, if it shall happen that any Negro, mulatto, Indians, slaves, or servants for life in such their resistance to receive any wound whereof they may not happen to die, but shall lie in any considerable time sick and disabled, then also the master or owner of the same so sick or disabled shall receive from the public a reasonable satisfaction for such damages as they shall make appear they have sustained thereby at the county court, who shall thereupon grant the master or owner a certificate to the next assembly of what damages they shall make appear. And it is further enacted by the neighboring Indians do and hereby are required and enjoined to seize and apprehend all runaways whatsoever shall happen to come again amongst them, and to bring them before some justice of the peace, who upon the receipt of such servants, slaves, or slaves from the Indians shall pay unto the said Indians for a recompense 20 arms length of roanoke or the value thereof in goods as the Indians shall like, for which the said justice of the peace shall receive from the public 250 pounds of tobacco. So you now got people in community of society having to pay taxes. And the said justice to proceed in conveying the runaway to his master according to the law in such cases already provided. This act to be in force to the next assembly and no longer unless it be thought fit to continue. So there's flexibility in it. We can continue this law for as long as we want. Any thoughts? And that was a lot. Phoenix, how are you? You're muted.
You're right. I'm good. I'm good. You know me, I always have thoughts. I got in late, but I was catching that last part. And I also noticed that they indoctrinated yet another oppressed one to work against the oppressed. So I'm sorry, that's just one thing that kind of stood out in that whole law, so to speak. It's like, oh, okay.
They don't necessarily see them as oppressed. They see them as allies.
Right. But I guess that's what I'm saying, pointing out the irony in that. It's like, okay, well, you came over, basically kicked us off of our land, raped, killed, murdered our people. And then
I don't think it's you can't simplify it, Because if
Yeah.
you simplify it in that manner,
Yeah.
what you do is that you don't make the necessary distinctions because they are empowering certain Indians to become a militia
Allies, you said. Right.
against other Indians that
I
are
see what you're saying.
in
Got it.
that law. So there's a group of Native American people, of Indians, that they see as their allies because either their representation and their presence in terms of the numbers that they have in society and
Yeah.
also power structure, and they're including them along
Yeah.
as people who are, that they consider to be on their same level.
Mhm.
Now, what you don't have in this law is any indication that they are including Black people in the same way.
Right. That's fair.
I think they use the enemy, the Indians, for their power and control over us. They use them, to make them feel like they were allies.
But not only that, too, based on who was represented and the number of people who were here, who were either European and who were Indian,
Right.
they had almost equal amounts in some sorts, and in some cases, Native American people had a leg up
Yeah.
in terms of their representation.
Right.
So they're establishing treaties, they're establishing amiable or amicable relationships with this group because they cannot yet outnumber or conquer them in the same ways in which they're able to do. And if they position certain ones of them as better than the other ones who are deciding to rebel, because the ones that conform and agree to establish community, to be in sync with these European people, they get the benefit.
Right.
The benefit of white privilege.
Right. And I guess, yeah.
Against the ones who are deciding to rebel, but they're still Indians. Does that make
sense? Oh, it totally does. And I guess that was sort of the point that I was getting to, where isn't it weird how the construct that was created because of that is based on, if you really sort of look at it from, skyline view, it's like, well, wait a minute, you came in and sort of ravaged that community. Now you're sort of building them up strictly to your benefit. Did I? Okay, sorry.
What I am also challenging myself to do is not look at all Indian people.
Oh, no. Community. Right, I see what you're saying.
These are different tribes, and certain ones of them,
I see what you're saying,
decide to and I want you to consider this from the Black perspective.
Yeah.
Certain ones of them decide to align themselves with the power structure for the benefit of being able to take advantage of white privilege. And as I say that, I'm thinking about the Oprah Winfrey's and the Gayle King.
Get it.
And what's the guy over HUD that ran for president?
Oh God, Ben Carson?
Oh yeah.
Right? And even myself in some way, because I need the same power structure to survive.
Right.
But I have a different relationship because I've studied it thoroughly and don't necessarily believe all of the values or believe in it.
Right.
But understand that I have to exist in it because this is the context of this culture.
I'm guilty.
That make sense?
Totally does.
So there's a lot of unpacking to be done here.
You think?
Sir Devin. Hi. Okay, I'm gonna go back because I have these pictures here. And then, as you are looking at these pictures, I want you to think about and examine everything in it, from this mother and her, what seems to be her daughter, it could be her sister, this woman right here at the bottom, and her child, and develop their relationships. I mean, not develop, examine the relationships here. These people here are socialized to not see the humanity. They're bankrupt of any type of emotion or feeling. It does not exist. You understand? Do you all see?
Of course.
Okay. And so this brings me to a point, sociologically, is for the most part, how have white people been socialized? What has been, so we understand the oppression that's been passed down for African Americans. What's also been passed on in terms of what white people value and or how they see themselves in relationship to every such other group, but particularly in this context, Black people. And that if we want to understand any of the social, political, economic, legal oppression that happens in the 20th century, you have to start here. Because otherwise you just think that some very bad people in Congress did something bad in the 1930s, 40s, 50s.
Right. Yeah.
Without understanding the full magnitude of protecting the power structure, protecting the culture. My mom says, somebody's gonna kill me because I know too much. If that happens, just know that I died telling the truth.
Exactly. I'm
I
right there with you.
Nights and days and nights thinking about this stuff, processing it every way. And I'm not trying to proselytize anyone, but I'm looking at it from the perspective of Black people, the people who were impacted, not through the white mainstream narrative that we get taught.
Right.
All right. So I'm going to go back to this video by Battle and take in what she has to say.
As, quote, a disgrace, unquote, to the British people, as an indication that the, quote, British or freeborn woman must be forgetful of her status as free, end quote. So they passed the law of 1681. And in this law, it made it illegal for British and other white women from marrying a Negro slave. And furthermore, the law punished any landholder who encouraged the marriages and any religious authority who performed it. This law equals the invention of the human category white. Did these group of laborers, some of whom were from Portugal, some from Holland, some from Ireland, Scotland, did they have a little genetic transformation that occurred right after the General Assembly in Maryland met, creating a genetic sludge that we can now call white? Virginia passed its first anti-miscegenation law in 1691. In Virginia, the law prohibited both white men and white women from marrying a person of African descent or a member of a native tribe. But lest I leave you thinking that gender equality was being created in this law, let me quickly dispel that. Studies of antebellum courts reveal that, in fact, anti-miscegenation law was that, at least in the language of the law, prohibited these marriages for white men and white women. But here's what we know from antebellum court cases. We know that plenty of white men married and or engaged in intimate sexual relations with prohibited women. However, very rarely were they brought to court and punished under the anti-miscegenation law. Very rarely. So here, pay attention to this. This law, in its enforcement, is largely focused on controlling the relationality and the sexuality of white women and non-white men. Furthermore, think about the enforcement practices that come out of this particular law. What's the result? Who becomes more available for who? We see a further step in locating patriarchal power squarely among and within white men.
All right, any thoughts on that before I go back to it?
Interesting. So, and thus, to an extent, started misogyny, right? I mean, is that kind of what we're getting at?
Well, it doesn't start it, but it
reinforces it, maybe. At least, you know, especially since we're talking about, you know, the misogynist laws, which are about differentiating black and white, and then within that, the subset of we can do it, but you can't, essentially.
Mm-hmm. But it also does something for white women and every such other group of women, mm-hmm. where it makes them all available to white men.
Right.
for them to have their way with them.
With impunity, essentially.
And it makes white women off limits to everyone else except
White men.
white men. So they can have access to white women and every such other group of women.
Yeah.
And that is not true for Black women, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and so on and so forth. Okay. And it also underscores the weakness, not the weakness, but the absence of any type of social agency, humanity afforded to women at all. Severely impacting Black women, Black and brown women. Severely, inhumanely, in the most treacherous ways. So I'm gonna go back to that video. She's gonna talk about what happened next, and then we'll go from there.
We've talked about the law of 1664 and the amendment to that law in 1681. And we've noted that the key difference between those two is the reference to the group who's of concern. The language has shifted from British and other freeborn to British and other white women in that particular law. So the question becomes, well, what the heck happened between 1664 and 1681? And the answer is Bacon's Rebellion. This was a massive revolt in the colony of Virginia that lasted more than a year. Let me give some background of the seeds of this rebellion, what helped give rise to this violent outburst. Those who were enslaved, I don't think it's hard to imagine, were by definition of their status disgruntled laborers. And remember that pool of readily available workers from England who were poor and happily sent off in the guts of ships? Well, they dried up. That population surge ended, and there was no longer a pool of laborers from Britain available to handle the work on the plantations in the colonies. The result is they began to impose harsher punishments on indentured servants who were already here, so that relatively minor infractions would result in significant extensions to their years of service. Those who completed their term of indenture or who were released from their status as enslaved were frustrated. They were frustrated because the King of England gave almost all of the farmable land to his buddies. And even if they could find land to grow tobacco on, prices dropped and taxes went up. So land and other opportunities became much more limited. So this guy, Nathaniel Bacon, the guy pointing his arm, he didn't have to search very far for disgruntled laborers. Both those who were enslaved or indentured faced worse treatment, and those freed faced less ability to make a future for themselves. Persons of European and African descent fought in the first phase of Bacon's Rebellion against members of native tribes, and then in the second phase of Bacon's Rebellion against the British ruling elite. Nathaniel Bacon ultimately died from wounds that he received in a battle, and England sent troops into the colony, and that eventually quashed the rebellion. But not without having made a significant impression upon those who wielded authority and were threatened by this rebellion. Remember, this rebellion lasted over a year, and records from lawmakers in Virginia to the Legal Oversight Authority in England revealed that over 30% of the population were in support of the rebellion. Here were the lessons from Bacon's Rebellion. A united labor force is a threat to the form of capitalism taking hold within the colonies. Virginia lawmakers wrote letters to the Oversight Authority in London explaining that they intended to pursue a divide and conquer strategy in order to prevent future rebellion. It's only after Bacon's Rebellion that we see the emergence of white people as a group of humanity. Let's think about this for a minute. 1681, some lawmakers invent a new label for a group of people. Imagine, if you will, just for a second, for fun here, that I'm a lawmaker, and I just pass a law claiming that 3/4 of you in this room are crunchies. Okay? So 3/4 of you are crunchies, and the other 1/4 of you are not. Who gives a damn? Who would care? Some silly lawmaker came up with a label for you. It's really unlikely that it would mean much. But let's say I follow it with this. Those who are crunchies, you can pay no more than $25 a night for that hotel. No more. Those who are crunchies are the first to come into any room at this conference and the first to leave. The first in line at the bathroom, at lunch, at any other line that forms, and the first to get to leave. And that these privileges and advantages that come by virtue of this label that I asserted upon you as a lawmaker continues when you walk out these doors. That it shapes how you are treated and what you get to do for years and years to come. Imagine you're one of the crunchies. Imagine how you might start to feel. Wow, I must be special. Imagine you're not a crunchy. Wow, what's wrong with me? This is not fair.
All right. Any thoughts?
It kind of reminds me of the Jane Elliott experience with the blue eyes and the brown eyes. I think she was trying to mimic about what happened when you give privileges to people with blue eyes and then they start to feel superior, like the children. And then she changed it to like brown eyes were the ones in charge. And she said that they turned like into vicious folks thinking that they were entitled to certain things.
Yes. Okay, but okay, so can we pause? I want to go like this. Go like this. Do this with your hands. I do exercises like this in my workshops. And then go like this. Turn your hands this way and say, everybody.
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 Pause.
Pause.
Okay. You can put your hands down.
Okay.
We're going to unpack what Devin said about privilege. What types of privileges are being gained from what we've explored? Yolanda, I see Yolanda over there. What types of privileges have we been talking about?
Access.
Lori, you are muted. Would you say, Yolanda?
Access.
Access to what?
Everything.
But
access to land, access to health,
Economics.
access to education, access
No,
to
no.
live our own culture,
Okay.
to create our own communities,
Yes.
to keep our families intact.
Okay, absolutely. All of those, but I wanted to underscore something else. Access, you have the privilege to murder without any type of repercussion. You've got the privilege to rape. These are fixtures. These are elements that begin to construct and build up white privilege. So we're not only talking about economics, we're talking about just the freedom to be, the freedom to exist, the psychic freedom, the emotional freedom.
And it's just, you're looking at the mentality of a group of people that's totally savage beast mentalities, right? They bring it. So Black people can bring it too, but that's not what that's not our nature. We don't just,
Can you pause right there though, Yolanda? So let's go. It's not the nature. It's not the ordinary nature of these people that are being kidnapped and put in these conditions, but it becomes the nature because they are forced to have to react.
Yeah.
They are forced to have to react. Not everyone that was stolen or kidnapped or traded from Africa was someone that was homeless or someone that was a thief or imprisoned. No, what we know and what we understand is that these people came from communities, many of them. Once this got in tow, these people were being kidnapped and forced against their will into the onto slave journeys that would lead them to slave castles, like the one in Ghana. That's what we know from history. That's what we know from many of the stories that enslaved people begin to tell about once they got to the Americas and learned English, and they begin to chronicle their stories. You know, so we're talking about humans who were at peace in most cases, minding their own business, who are forced into a situation where they have to become violent in order to survive or conform to it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I want to share something when you're done. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm done. I'm just going to flow through these pictures. You can talk though.
I'm just going to share the connection with what you were saying. I didn't understand why the women in my grandfather's family all had Virginia in their name. But as an adult, I learned that that was their first contact on the continent as slaves. And that was their way of keeping the connection no matter when they got separated. They, in their minds, if we all say the name Virginia, then we know whenever we come across again that we're related or something. Then they were, you know, most of them were transitioned down to Louisiana, of course, and separated. But that name was their way of just desperately trying to hang on to each other, trying to keep a contact when they were just ripped apart, you know?
All right. So what I may end up doing, you guys, I may just, well, anyway, so we talked about this. I won't say it right now. But so what are the similarities between Native indigenous people and Black people? And then what are some of the differences? I go through that because there are some similarities and there are some differences. Okay, before I go back to Batalora, the Sunday Observance Act of 1667, which commemorated that this is the day that we serve the Lord in this country, which becomes practice. So that's just another law concerning religion. She talked about Bacon's Rebellion. I go into a little bit of detail about that because it was really an attack on the Native American people who were here. An Act of 1680, because these numbers again have accelerated, there's more of a presence of Negro people who are here. Whereas the frequent meeting of considerable numbers of Negro slaves under the pretense of feasts and burials. So we're now gonna make meat eating breakfast, lunch, dinner off limits, and funerals. Whereas it's judged of dangerous consequence for prevention whereof for the future be it enacted by the King's most excellent majesty by and with the consent of the General Assembly, and it is hereby enacted by the authority aforesaid that from and after this publication of this law, it shall not be lawful for any Negro or other slave to carry or arm himself with any club, staff, gun, sword, or any other weapon of defense or offense, nor to go or depart from his master's ground without a certificate from his master, mistress, or overseer, and such permission not to be granted but upon particular and necessary occasion. And every Negro or slave so offending not having a certificate as aforesaid shall be sent to the next constable, who is hereby enjoined and required to give the said Negro 20 lashes on his bare back well laid on, and so sent home to his said master, mistress, or overseer. And it is further enacted by the authority aforesaid that if any Negro or other slave shall presume or lift up his hand in opposition against any Christian, shall for every such offense upon due proof made thereof by the oath of the party before a magistrate, have and receive 30 lashes on his bare back well laid on. And it is hereby further enacted by the authority aforesaid that if any Negro or other slave shall absent himself from his master's service and lie hid and lurking in obscure places, committing injuries to the inhabitants, and shall resist any person or persons that shall by any lawful authority be employed to apprehend and take the said Negro, that then, in case of such resistance, it shall be lawful for such person or persons to kill the said Negro or slave so lying out and resisting, and that this law be once every 6 months published at the respective county courts and parish churches within this colony.
They packed that fear on. They slapped it.
So what do you do when your only crime is not wanting to have to be forced to work under strenuous conditions and be whipped and beating, and you start to rebel? I'll ask this question another way, and I need for you to tell me because I haven't figured it out yet. Where is the escape? Lori.
I mean, there kind of is none if you think about it. And I think the laws are constructed in a way where there is no escape. I mean, this is a true sort of mental takeover, not a mental, but a mental, physical, ideological, etc. takeover of it's almost like just like this, you are property. Like you're kind of robbing people of any sort of recourse of any sort, mental, physical, spiritual, otherwise.
Yes.
Within those laws.
Yes. So how is that property constituted? It's constituted through two ways that I'm going to name, more than the two ways, but there are two distinct ways. It's constituted, and I need you to get ready for this, what I'm about to say. It's constituted in the legal context. It's constituted in the legal context. But all the legal context is meant to do is shape and create the cultural context. And so Yolanda, she got that. She got it.
She needed a moment.
Situation where in this cultural context, and this is true for 1680 or 1650, and it's true for 2020, where Black people belong to white people in this cultural context. They own us, and that has been codified through the laws which shaped culture. And so that is rooted and implicated and reflected across every landscape of every institution in this country in terms of political power and powerlessness, across the landscape of education, which was a system that was meant for them, for them to position themselves as elite. And for those of us that figure into it, we begin to feel more of that too, even though if you look at it outside of context, it's nothing special at all. It just allows you to be a little bit more equipped than others to play the game, but it's off limits for the majority. It's also true in the economic and the housing context, because they infuse their racial bias, as we know, and as I examined pretty thoroughly, into that particular institution. And it's true in every such other context. It's true in every such other context. So the weaponization, well, I'll pause there because I'm saying a lot. Okay.
It's interesting. Okay.
I'm going to go back to, and I have, well, do you understand though, and I'm just going to say this, do you understand why it's critical to actually sit down, study, examine thoroughly, and have dialogue with other people, as opposed to trying to have a basic conversation about racism?
For sure. For sure.
Because you can't do it. Without nuanced context, it's hard for people to get it, which is why when organizations bring me in to do workshops, I ask for at least 2 to 3 days.
Yeah.
I need 20 good hours, 24 hours, so people can sit with this. And not only sit with these components of it, but I go through multiple centuries so that by the time we get to 1965, people
Oh, we're not even in the 60s
We're not
yet.
even in the 1900s yet. What are you talking about?
Oh my God. I forgot about that part.
We're still stuck in like antebellum or even beyond. I mean, way back beyond that.
Oh my
Oh
God.
my goodness. But I will say this, Dante, just quick aside, you know, even the conversation that we had last week helped me tremendously because I've been, of course, being, you know, I feel like the token, but I've been pulled on so many, you know, Zoom calls specifically around race and everything else. And, you know, I felt I knew a lot until last week. and really kind of going through this history, going through these, you know, battles within battles, around battles, and all this other stuff, it provided me, you know, some really, really needed context. So I felt like when I was sitting on these calls, you know, not that I felt like the smartest person in the room, but to an extent, I felt a lot more woke, so to speak, just because I had context that I could provide in a much different way than a lot of these other people are doing. A lot of people are just spouting off a bunch of, you know, random phrases and shit that make no sense in, you know, in aggregate. And thanks to last week, I was able to really frame this in such a way where it's just like, the number one thing I got was like, oh shit, you're right. This is exactly, nothing has changed. This is crazy.
Right?
You know? And
even still though, I'll say, with as someone who does this work,
yeah,
I find myself sometimes at a loss. I even though I'm able to talk through it, I'm able to give examples, I can come across as just being a know-it-all in the room.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, once I share my slides with people, they're like,
exactly.
it's a different, it brings a different degree of weight to it when you actually see it in quotes.
Exactly.
You know, and I try to do a pretty thorough job of including imagery.
It's helpful.
Yes, yeah.
So some of the questions that I ask here, and from your own racialized perspective, this is what I ask participants: how is criminality defined? Who has the power to, and is defining criminality in this moment? What crimes are being committed during this period? Who is committing the crimes against who? Who controls the narrative and has the power to decide fault? How does the idea and stigma of criminality become rooted within the identities of Black and Indigenous people? Any thoughts?
You know, something that popped up, and I'm sorry, I know I'm talking way too much.
Wait, before you go,
yeah,
I want to get the people in.
I agree.
No one has any thoughts? Okay.
They're like, okay, here goes a little magic again. But, you know, for me, the first thing that popped into my mind was, for instance, can you pull up that graphic one more time? Because there was this one question in there that said something about who has the authority to assign fault.
Yes.
That's a big one for me because I think about it and I'm like, wow, if you think about even just our jury system, when we try these cases, or even without a jury, you're still stuck with someone who might know the letter of the law, but the letter of law is based on a lot of these constructs. Therefore, it's hard to, I mean, you're literally putting lives in people's hands that are, you know, who have studied and graduated, you know, and become lawyers or whatever else based on these constructs. But it's human nature to in sort of insert our own experience, our own privilege or whatever else, even though we're supposed to follow, you know, again, you know, the sort of certain letters of these constructs. And then God forbid you then sort of hand that over to juries, you know, based on all of their individual experiences and biases, etc. It's just
it's the cultural racial bias, though.
Right.
The presumption of guilt, it rests upon Black people. People have the same type of criminal offenses, if you will, and what people get different sentences and sentencing based upon it. And we see that over and over again, which is why the average days of suspension for Black children is 3 to 4 to 5 times as high as it is for white people.
Right.
okay? Which is why, and I'm, even in the context of where I work in the city and county, and this is public information, suspensions for African Americans is substantially higher than any such other group in terms of people who are suspended from work. So it's in every context, whether we're talking about that or promotions or who doesn't get them. I do want to check in, Zayden, as we're having this conversation, what's coming up for you?
Well, I won't be commenting on what you just were talking about immediately, but I think what keeps on coming up is that we might be able to wrap our heads around the idea of people who are experiencing these laws being enacted, experiencing the violence of having your rights taken away from you. But for people born into this system, who this is your only reality, it's hard to understand what that's doing to you when you have no other perspective.
Yes.
You don't even necessarily know how much you're being having your rights taken away from you.
So not only that, let me say this: if you are white, you don't understand what's built up your white privilege. You just know that you're able to do these things. You're able to be this way. There's a certain way you're positioned as it pertains to your relationality and your social dynamic with this other group of people. And you are led to believe, as we've seen, because you see these laws when you go to church, it's not only documented or published at the county courts, but in the parish churches. So you are led to believe that, be it the law or through the ideals of Christianity and by God, that you, in science, that you are much better, that you are, everything that makes you who you are is absent within these other people.
Yeah.
And you have no other insights about just how manufactured it is. And I had a white man come up to me in one of my recent workshops that I did before this COVID-19 hit. He says, I will never be the same. He says, because what you're doing is you're bringing my identity into question. And everything that I've learned about who I am and how, my ancestors, whether or not they came here or just benefit from white privilege, you're turning all of these narratives on their face. Like the narrative that my people came and they worked hard, and never talking about like what all of this has been about and or opportunities that they were afforded and at the expense of who. He goes, I don't even know how to grapple with this. And when you think about it from that vantage point, it gets very deep. It is very heavy. But what it also should be, and my reason for doing this too, is to liberate Black people from all of the trash that we've been fed about how we could do anything to improve our conditions here when we continue to belong to another group under the economic, political, educational, social, and religious context. We don't control any of these institutions, we never have. And so any horrible or disenfranchised, oppressive condition that you might see of your nephew or your brother or your father, or like, for instance, my grandfather who only went to the 2nd grade. Wow, he wasn't able to get through school? Absolutely not. Not when the school is 10 miles from where you live. And then the school year is shorter, and you also are farmed out to work on the plantation of a white family because everybody's got to pitch in trying to survive. So there needs to be an absolution of the way in which we think about Black people, and even the idea of Black on Black crime. Shove any given group in oppressive conditions, economically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and then constitute that that's the only place that they can live, and they're in proximity to each other, and they're all in a situation of deprivation. Any group,
Struggling for the same basic needs.
Right.
You know.
Do you hear me? I need you to hear me. And I need everybody that's paying attention to this on Facebook to get what I'm saying, because this is a part of honoring our rage, our distrust, and our anger, and also love being able to clear our conscience of how we've been led to think about other Black people, because we internalize anti-Blackness, not to the degrees that white people do, but we internalize it and we weaponize it against each other. And that is the kind of stuff that I want to be able to disrupt within our own communities. And I'm not just coming from the standpoint of, oh, we just need to love each other. I'm saying we need to love each other, and we need to let go of all of the toxic hatred that we've been fed through white people to believe the ways in which we believe about our own community that continue to tear us down. You know, I had somebody say to me, well, why, well, you know, in the 1960s, 1950s and 60s, we had thriving Black communities.
We did.
In the 1940s, 50s, 60s. But if you don't name what white people did at the state and federal level to disrupt those communities, and you think, oh, Black people just did something and became irresponsible and they lost their economic standing, then you don't talk about the Freeway Act of 1956 or the Fair Deal of 1949 and urban renewal and how they were supposed to clear urban blight in metropolitan areas, which meant they were getting rid of non-white ownership of housing and businesses. If you don't talk about that, you're only left with this narrative that Black people have been irresponsible. And if you don't underscore it and examine all of the attempts and strides that Black people made to build up themselves educationally, economically, from the late 1880s into the first 2 to 3 quarters of the 20th century, and how it was terrorized by white people who saw Black people as economic competition, as political competition. If you do that, then you will perpetuate narratives of anti-Blackness. And so that is where I'm going with this, because we have to disrupt that mindset. Does anybody disagree with what I'm saying?
Hell no.
I don't disagree, but I was trying to figure out, because like you had jumped from the statement really quick. Like what particular practices are you saying that Black folks internalize that we weaponize against each other these days?
Anti-Black.
I mean, I know some, but I'm just saying, I just want to know which ones you were talking about.
The way that we speak, if we see someone else that hasn't mastered the King's English, or they seem ghetto, or they don't have on designer labels, by the way, which we celebrate and esteem, all by European designers. If they don't have a certain degree or a certain job, haven't gone to certain school, don't make a certain amount of money, and Devin, I can go on.
If you don't have a certain look.
Don't add
look, hairstyle.
If you're driving a hoopty.
So that's interesting too, because like even in the 60s, those things occurred. Right. It's just like some of those same groups were calling out folks in the civil rights movement. I mean, even particularly like, Ella Baker criticized like the shit out of King.
Come on, Margot Reed. I see Margot Reed on Facebook. I'm sorry. She was like hair, language. Yeah, all of it. And we buy into this idea, Devin, unfortunately, and it's all the result of whiteness. We buy into the idea that we're better. We're better because of the tools that have been implemented in this society for us to measure ourselves by. Our jobs, our promotions, our salaries, where we live, our house. I live in a good neighborhood. And who's predominantly in that neighborhood? And then when does it become a bad neighborhood? Or when does it become ghetto? When does it become ghetto? My children go to a great school. Who's in that school? Who's teaching at that great school? When does it become a bad school? When does it become ghetto? So there are so many ways that and it's all under the guise of anti-Black. anti-Blackness. And one of the ways in which Black women, in my heart, I mean, this is not, I don't want to isolate Black women at all, and because I never want to, but I am going to highlight that the fact that most Black women are uncomfortable with having their normal hair texture, or just even being bald or having short hair, and it being of the natural texture, is one of the most significant portrayals and indications of internalized self-hatred, whether or not they can consciously or unconsciously admit that that is where that norm comes from. It absolutely is. Look at
But
that.
sometimes that's controlled by, like, I guess in the heterosexual context, what like some Black men have been trained to think is beautiful. And that's why like a lot of Black women perm their hair and do all types of stuff to it because of that.
It's through the framework of whiteness.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But I'm saying, like, I don't think that is always prompted like by them, but more so something that's passed down from like women within a generation that have had the experience with men that have always told them, like, oh, you want to get a good husband, you gotta look good, you gotta have this type of hair, you gotta dress this way, you gotta cook, you gotta do this and that. And it's like you hear and remember that stuff from like church when you're younger, about how you have to be a particular woman and like in the church. I mean, because like for me, I grew up like, at first I was like in the Roman Catholic church. Well, there's like a Black one in Baltimore. And so that's like where I mostly resided in, but they also had like kind of coalitions with Baptist churches. So I was in that context too. And like both of them, it was like, you know, Black women have to be this particular woman to be available to find a husband and to like do God's work.
So what I'm saying, we're saying the same thing, but what I'm trying to underscore is that there's at the foundation of that, at the root of that is race, and there's also a sex and or a gender element to it too. It's misogynistic, but it's also racialized, and it's perpetuated through and by white men initially who arranged the culture and set it up, and then also ascribed to and subscribed to by any and every such other racial gender group or participant that begins to emerge in this culture,
So we would say misogynoir.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna go on. So this question.
Can we trademark that? That was good, actually.
But you know, I want to ask this question too, just right quick. I don't know how it was for the Black males, like boys growing up, but I know for me as a young Black girl, I personally didn't have this issue, but it did bother me because it made me wonder, like, where did I fit into that? And that is how some Black girls with fair skin or different hair were seen to portray to be better than girls like myself who had browner skin and my hair was more coarse. And I, you know, it's like, and Barbie dolls with the white hair, it's like, we wanted so much to be more like, you know what I'm saying? And now I'm just thinking about, oh, that's what we were doing. But, you know, when I was 7, my mom cut all my hair off and made me wear afro. And that to me was so traumatizing, right? But then, you know, what it was, she was rebelling from the Christianity. And, you know, I didn't know then. But then my dad became this big dope dealer. Then my mom became a Muslim. And by the time I was doing all of that, my Muslim gear, selling dope, transport, I mean, everything. But when I got about 18, I didn't know who to pray for. So I stopped praying. I didn't want Allah to be mad at me because I was praying to Jesus. I didn't want Jesus. I didn't want the money God to be mad and stop getting my bread because I was praying. And, you know, I really had to really, I mean, this is deep. We need this conversation. I just want to say thank you. You guys are just freeing my soul. I'm just screaming
Oh man, I love it. I'm just glad to see a lot of Black faces on all of these Zoom windows. Can I just say that after living on Zoom calls for the past 6 days. Oh,
Yes,
so good. Sorry.
I'm thankful
Sorry
for
for
it.
interrupting you.
No, it's all good. I'm thankful for it too. And you know, I'm wondering what my friend Zayden over there is what he's thinking, you know.
I'll be back.
He's like, I need a break. He's like, I need a drink.
All right, so pay attention to this. I hope it allows me to play it. I do want to set this up and say that I do not own the rights to this video that I'm about to share. It's from a documentary, but it gives some really pertinent information in terms of the social cultural dynamics that are continuing to unfold, and many of which we've kind of visited with and named, but it's going to take us into like the turn of the century of the 18th century. All right.
It is the late 1600s on a small plantation near Charleston, South Carolina, that Arthur Middleton has inherited. Middleton quickly doubles his land, making him one of the colony's wealthiest businessmen. Enslaved Africans teach him how to cultivate rice and provide free labor, enabling Middleton to extract enormous riches from the swampy wilds of South Carolina.
When some people talk about the creation of plantation society, I think about the creation of slave labor camps. That's what these are. The people are enslaved, they're laboring, and they're in a camp. If you could cope with the moral obscenity of it, you could become extremely rich. And that sort of bargain with the devil was one that was made very early by these southern would-be planters.
As soon as enslaved Africans were brought to colonial America, they resisted, they fought back, and they ran away.
Would they go willingly into a situation of perpetual racial servitude? No way.
What you have here often is this conflict between humanity and inhumanity, between those who would deny human recognition to a human being and those who would assert that human recognition under the most drastic, the most dangerous of circumstances.
Parents try to be reunited with children. Children struggle to be reunited with parents by running away, but not necessarily running towards freedom in the abstract, but by running towards family members that for them represent safety and security.
To stem the financial loss of slaves who escape, for whatever reason, South Carolina begins to experiment with different ways for catching them. At first, neighbors are asked to volunteer. Rewards are given to those who capture runaways. When this fails, the legislature passes a law in 1690 that mandates all whites to serve as slave hunters, requiring the entire white population of South Carolina to be a racial police force. Those who refuse to serve are fined. In cities like Charleston, night watchmen are paid to keep an eye out for slaves who violate curfew. They even try using their militia. Then, in 1704, the colony tries something new. They begin to experiment with small makeshift groups of citizen police called patrols. If the colony's system for catching slaves is inconsistent and uncertain, the punishments aren't. Runaways who are caught are brutally whipped. Their noses sometimes slit.
They were branded with hot branding iron on various parts of their bodies, sometimes on the shoulders, sometimes on the back, sometimes on the cheek, sometimes on the forehead. They were branded with the letters of the owners. They were branded with R for runaway.
In 1722, South Carolina, with the consent of some leaders of the Baptist Church, passes a law requiring all male runaways to be castrated.
You have to make it very clear that I own you and I own you for life, and I'm going to own your children and your children's children. And the repercussions of running away or resisting is physical. It's much more brutal than we understand.
In areas where slaves greatly outnumber whites, punishments are particularly brutal. These ad hoc methods of control manage to prevent large numbers of slaves from escaping. However, the colony is changing.
Quick takeaways.
The stunned silence.
One quick takeaway.
Just savage.
But what, I want you to be more specific. What was the one thing that you captured that grabbed you as a key piece of information to know?
How they kind of call in all the people from the community to capture everyone. Like they pulled in everyone to report. They like, it's your crime got to be, I just think about people call on, just like think about right now, people just call on Black people simply being out, like a sort of like pass on, like to call on whoever you see out doing something, that thought process, that idea of like, everyone has to report this.
The IO.
So you
because I believe that language is important.
Okay.
And I want to really be specific.
Okay.
Because calling on someone to do something is different than requiring it through the law.
Yeah, so it is the law. They require them through the law to do this.
So they made all white people.
All white people.
Yeah.
In South Carolina, a racialized police force. So what becomes this law is in effect from 1690 through 1790, right? Or 1783 or however long. What becomes the culture of white people over almost 100 years in South Carolina?
Just fear.
Not all, not conclusively, but for the most part.
They the police.
Yes.
They're the so-called peacekeepers, the ones who are in control too.
Not peacekeepers, they police. They're
police, but they're probably being peacekeepers to their community. They're policing, but in their mentality, but they may be like, we're keeping the peace for keep this life going for this. Everyone's policing us. They're being peaceful what they're doing. They're trying to, I'm simply doing my civic duty.
They become a police state for Black people. And who do Black people, from their perspective, from their mindset, for the most part, who do Black people become to them?
A commodity.
Okay, a commodity. What else?
But they're the criminals. They're the
They become criminals.
They're criminals.
They become
they're doing their civic duty. Like they're like, we're taking care of these criminals, get them off the street. They're getting the runaways away. They're like this. They're civic to take care of get the criminals and put them in their place.
You're muted.
Oh.
So you become okay. So you become they are defined as spurious. They're defined as dangerous. They're Yolanda. You shake your hair one more time. Yolanda's like, I've had it.
No, I'm with you guys.
Because they become the ones, Black people become the public enemy number one to white society. And AKA, in essence, we become public enemy number one to all of society. And so what you will hear oftentimes from people who are minority or minoritized that are non-Black is that I'm not white. I may not be white, but at least I'm not Black. Okay? That means something in this cultural context. Somebody said you are going in. I'm trying to go in. Any thoughts to that?
No, it's true, because it worked even on some of us. We start thinking that maybe we wanted to not be Black or turn on each other.
Or you try to get as close to whiteness as possible.
Yeah.
In every way. So I'm gonna breeze past some of my slides. Hold on. And then I'll go here. So these people who are deprived of access to the the same or certain qualities of life and existence in this cultural context, this is what becomes of them. And even in these pictures where we are guided in our minds to see these people as lacking, as deprived, as poor. It's a very oppressive story that we're told about these people, as opposed to these are people who were empowered and put into an oppressive situation. These are people who were powerful, who were mightful, who were people of great strength, of great intelligence, of great might, who survived a very severe situation, or were made to live in it. So some questions I have is, what dynamic does this set up between constables who later become militia, police, and Native Indigenous people, and also Black people, but based upon like what everything we've talked about, what laws are being enforced by the legal authorities during this period. So if you want to know what the relationship between communities of color and police are and or have been, all you've got to do is take a journey through history and look at law. Just look at the laws that they were enforcing. Against who and to protect who. All you got to do. So I'll pass this. These are some books and everything that people can read if they want, but I'm just gonna breeze past them for the sake of time. You got 1682 law that classified slaves by race, ethnicity. Again, she talked about the creation of white people. She also talked about Bacon's Rebellion. I talked about this during the last time. I won't go back into it. Here's some other questions. The Act of 1682, she talked about this law where it names white women and white men, 1681-82. For the first time, it's English and or other white men or women. And it's preventing marriage to Negro people, ones who are slaves, but also free Negroes. This is specific, because the one before talked about they had constituted that Negroes were enslaved and it put marriage off limits. Now this is specific to free people, free Black people. You're gonna be committed to prison for 6 months if you marry them without bail or main prize. Casual Killing Act of 1682, we're gonna amend it and just make sure the language is clear and specific. We were gonna broaden it. And if any slave resists his master or owner or other such person by his or her order correcting such slave, and shall happen to be killed in such correction, it shall not be accounted felony. But the master, owner, and every such other person so given correction shall be free and acquit of all punishment and accusation for the same, as if such accident had never happened. And also, if any Negro, mulatto, or Indian, bond or free, shall at any time lift his hand or her hand in opposition against any Christian, not being Negro, mulatto, or Indian, he or she so offending shall for every such offense, proved by the oath of the party, receive on his or her bare back 30 lashes well laid on, cognizable by a justice of the peace for that county wherein such offense shall be committed. Any questions? I'm going to go on for a little while longer. Slave codes. And for this, I'm going to go to another video. I've shared this before, but I'm going to go to this video, which features, actually, let me introduce her properly as I have others. So I talked about Dr. Jennifer Morgan from New York State earlier. Dr. Joy DeGruy. She has a book called Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome. If you've never read it,
Great book.
Please go and get this book.
Yeah.
It's a phenomenal read. I'm repping you, Dr. Joy. I love you. I met her personally a few times, and she's a wonderful person to know. So here's a video of her talking.
Back one more. No white could ever rape a slave woman. The regulations of law as to the white race on the subject of sexual intercourse do not and cannot, for obvious reasons, apply to slaves. Their intercourse is promiscuous. We've now justified raping black women because they can't be raped. We aren't raping them. They're promiscuous by nature. So we can't do it. Forward, one more. The fact that white men could profit from raping their female slaves does not mean that their motive was economic. The rape of slave women by their masters was primarily a weapon of terror that reinforced whites' domination over their human property. Rape was an act of physical violence designed to stifle black women's will to resist and to remind them of their servile status. These become important instruments that you look at. And I want to give you some statistics as it relates to American history. By the mid-1800s, there was over 600,000 mixed race children born. 600,000. How many of you know what miscegenation is? Miscegenation is an illegal marriage between people of different races. Actually, it was very profound here. That was illegal to marry someone of another race. So when you consider the fact that one of the greatest issues and one of the #1 reasons why black men were lynched, beaten, and imprisoned had to do with the fear that they were going to rape whom? White women. Now the numbers, I mean, we're talking about pure numbers alone. It was who being raped? Okay, it was black women being raped, but they can be raped. Let's advance forward. Before we get...
Okay. Any thoughts? Yolanda, she's just looking. Yolanda, you are looking like you are in despair. I owe you too. I mean, I laugh because it's traumatizing, it's triggering for me. And I don't know if there's one time that I've delivered a session and have not either broken down crying within it or after it, most definitely after. It's put me in a state of being crippled. There are weekends that I've ended a session on Friday, I stayed in bed the whole weekend.
Yeah.
Because of the magnitude and the weight of this. When you codify law that allows you to, like, you legitimize it. I mean, it was already in practice, and we saw the implications of this represented in earlier laws. But when you do this, this is a game changer. It's a game changer. And it's a game changer for the collective culture of women who exist within this culture, within these identities.
Can I offer some? I'm sorry, I don't want to derail.
So where's the outlet? Any thoughts?
Can I just have one quick thought, because I was thinking about this. You know, the fact that...
Yeah. 1 second, okay?
Oh, okay.
Want to get the women...
Of course.
In here. And I think just the silence says it all, and it deserves it. It deserves it. There's no casual glossing over this. but it's dismissed in history. And this is what I mean by humanizing our people and our stories, rather than accepting some white mainstream narrative that, oh, something bad happened. These people were enslaved at a certain point in time. No, these people were human beings who had families, they had children, they had mothers and fathers who loved them, they had children who loved them, they were in relationship with other people, or trying to be. But I would argue, how can you be in a healthy relationship with your children or any such other person when your reality is one of harm that's embedded into how you're positioned in the cultural context? And so, in my estimation, Black women have had it the worst, because at least if you're a Black man, you are the ruler of your house. And whereas you might be able to take your anger and frustration out and scream, that anger, you put it into your children, you can abuse them, you can beat them, or you can beat that woman. But that woman is getting it multiple ways. And I can't split hairs as to who's had it the best in the world, but when I examine these experiences, because the same types of ways in which women may have been subject to hanging and subject to being killed, it didn't happen necessarily maybe as much per se, but it happened. They were subject to that. They were subject to that same fear, that same harm, right? And or if they wanted to circumvent it, they maybe bought into over-sexualizing themselves.
Exactly.
So that they could be seen as less threatening or of value, if you will. So there's a whole very villainous and very treacherous like history that or dynamics. There are a lot of these dynamics that are threaded into all of this that just underscore a very treacherous history of harm. So anyway, Phoenix, I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. I mean, I think something that I was also, that sort of came up from that is, and you actually made a really good point about that, of maybe over sexualizing themselves, you know, made them less of a threat, but also, you know, that sort of compliance sort of in a way was survival, you know what I mean? Or survival mechanism. And then I also think about how, for instance, when white masters would rape Black women, who would then bear children, who would then become enslaved, because of that sort of, you know, the construct that they'd also created, you also have to think about those men were also in relationships with women who also had to bite their tongue, knowing that those 3 new children, you know, who kind of looked like their husband, you see what I mean? So it just felt like literally the rise of that whole white male power structure across kind of not just slaves, but also even within their own race, which just feels really sad to me.
You know, and even take it further, you know, Black women have to do all this with a smile on their face, right? Act like they enjoyed it, and take care of that white woman's children, right, at the same time. You know, she had to do a lot of things, a lot of things.
Built that other lady's rage also, too. So many of those women acted out upon the Black women who were raped by their husbands, by the white masters.
Yeah.
So they were abused by them for all that other anger being taken out on them. So just operating from both realms, from wherever it is, whether it's just whiteness, and you're like woman, the master, whomever, there's no escape.
So what it sets up in the cultural context, and I need everybody that's watching and listening to what I'm about to say, it sets up that Black women can be disrespected in every which way in this culture.
Legally.
By everybody, by not only white men and non-white men and Black men, but white women, non-Black women, and everybody They are relegated in the cultural context to, you are, as a Black woman, relegated to the bottom of the bottom of the bottom of this cultural context. And I think what I love about Dr. Joy DeGruy is she talks about anger and rage and the legitimacy of it. How we need to lean into that. Yes, we are angry and we have a lot of rage. And why don't you call Dante so he can explain to you why? Okay. Or here's a book, right? It's true. So I'm gonna go, and I shared this example. It's from a documentary that I watched. It talks about Thomas Thistle, who was a plantation owner in Jamaica. And I shared this before. He kept a journal and he chronicled things like Tuesday, September 10th, 1751, about 10:30 a.m. with Flora, a Congo woman, on the grounds by the cane. She'd been for watercress. I gave her 4 bits. About 2 a.m. with Negro little girl on the floor in East Parlor. Thursday, the 20th of October, with Sally at the foot of the cotton tree, but not good. Flogged Lincoln for not bringing Sally Saturday evening, and Sally for running away and news carrying. So you've got institutionalization of severe rape culture and sex trafficking of Black women and Native girls and women by white men in order to engineer a culture and an economy for their benefit. Okay? And I'm using really strong language. Some other examples in this book, judicial cases concerning the concerning American slavery and the Negro by Helen Catterall. She outlines the different codes of laws. And this is, I'm jumping to the 19th century just to give these examples, where like you see in Kentucky in 1802, the death penalty for rape of a white woman by a slave in term of years for rape by a white man. So there's a few things going on. There's protection under the law for rape to white women. And there are also different enforcement degrees or different penalties, whether it's committed by a Negro person, enslaved person, or a white man. So you just get a term of years. And we see that playing out in today's judicial system in many ways. Virginia Code of 1819 and 1823 law, death penalty for rape or attempted rape of a white woman by a slave, Black, or mulatto in term of 10 to 21 years for rape by a white man. Missouri 1825 statute, castration for rape or attempted rape by a Black or mulatto. Arkansas Code of 1838, death penalty for assault with intent to commit rape by a Black or mulatto. Alabama Code of 1852, death penalty for rape of a white woman by a slave or free Black. Mississippi 1857, death penalty for attempted carnal connection with or rape of a white female under 14 by a slave. Tennessee 1858 law, death by hanging for rape of a free white woman by a slave or free Black. So it underscores there's protection under the law for white women. White men decide that. And that is the cultural context that is being operated in. So Dr. Joy DeGruy, she also talks about cognitive dissonance. She's a psychologist by nature. Cognitive dissonance is the field of psychology. In the field of psychology, cognitive dissonance occurs when a person holds 2 or more contradictory beliefs, ideas, or values, or participates in an action that goes against one of these 3.
Sorry.
I'm gonna exit you out. And experiences psychological stress because of that. When 2 actions or ideas are not psychologically consistent with each other, people will do all in their power to change them until they become consistent. The discomfort is triggered by the person's belief clashing with new evidence perceived, wherein they will try to find a way to resolve the contradiction to reduce their discomfort. So you get to legitimize it. And I have her on the right, this clipping, Boys Book of Fun. Everyone to his liking, as Mr. Horace Squash said when he kissed a lady of color, but I very much question if his taste was not a very depraved one. There is a peculiar perfume nature has bestowed, there's a peculiar perfume nature has bestowed on the African race, which is very repugnant to the of the I don't know.
Olfactories.
Olfactories. Okay, I can't see it all the way. Okay, of the white folks. So it's believing that these people are nasty or sloppy or messy, and yet raping them, using them for your sexual desire or any other such desire. So what I put here is that rape by white men and boys perpetrated among Black girls and boys and all women, men and some men culturally, was culturally permissible, sanctioned, impermissible pertaining to white girls and white women. And it's cultural. Mistreatment, enslavement, violence, brutality, culturally permissible, to be perpetrated upon people with Black, brown skin, impermissible to do harm to those with white skin, sanctioned in the culture. So what are the mental, physical, and emotional impacts to Black women seeing their daughters, sons, mothers, fathers, uncles, cousins whipped and brutalized or killed? How does this impact how these women build relationships, parent, protect, and deal with loss? What are some symptoms, effects, and impacts of multi-generational trauma that you think could arise based on this cultural environment normalized for Black women in this era? What is the psychosomatic effect of it all? The physical illness caused by the mental stress that then begins to speak to the body. And then in addition, these women can be beaten horribly, taken advantage of at any time. What impact would this have on the body in carrying babies to term, or the chances of the baby making it? And I would, due to the lack of advancements in healthcare, but also these conditions, what you will begin to find, any of you on this phone, I guarantee it, if you go back and you locate your great grandmothers, you're going to find that babies were stillborn. And there was a significant number. These women would have babies, and you say, oh, wow, there's a 2-year gap between Uncle Eddie and Aunt Audrey, and there was a baby born in between there. Okay. So I'm gonna I'll go a little bit further and then I'll stop. The law of 1705, Act of 1705. Okay, I'm actually gonna go back to Jacqueline Badalora and hold on. She's gonna begin to talk about what happens in these colonies at the beginning of the 18th century, going into the 1700s. All right, you all ready for more?
Bring it on.
Okay, here we go.
Let's return to the divide and conquer strategy. Laborers prior and through Bacon's Rebellion were united. They lived the same darn lives. They faced the same opportunities, rights, and privileges once they were freed from enslavement or free from indenture. That's about to change. A slew of laws were passed in the decades after Bacon's Rebellion and continued to get passed into the first quarter of the next century. The first slew of laws included the prohibition of free blacks from holding public office, the prohibition of blacks and native tribal members from marrying whites, the requirement that whites, upon completion of their terms of service, be paid goods including guns and gunpowder, a prohibition of free blacks possessing a weapon. We're going to come back to that. The prohibition of blacks testifying against whites. These laws.
Okay. So what happens when you say You can't testify against your you can't testify in court. I just saw my mother raped. I just saw my sister raped. I know who did it. I just saw my son beaten, lynched, castrated. I know who did it.
I mean, that's the prerequisite of like Dred Scott. It's just like you're not human. You're property. You can't sue. You can't testify in court.
Right.
And you also don't have any rights that any white man is bound to respect. So
right. But this is that's 1857. That's free. This is 17. This is 1705. What did you say, Devin?
I said it set the precedent for that, like the prerequisite for that to happen. Dred Scott.
Yes, it's the experiment of building, again, what becomes our cultural norms, our psychological norms, or what white people would become, but ours too, because the fear and the harm of saying something against, you have no power. Your voice is taken away. You're silent. And then that's further perpetuated as these people gain more power, as they are propelled further up the social, political, economic ladder. You have something to lose. So now the lynching in current day becomes, you don't say anything at the to put yourself in danger, because if you speak against white people in terms of your oppression and the ways that you or such other people like you are being impacted, you lose your reputation, you lose your job, you lose your promotional opportunity or your ability to be promoted, you lose your social reputational agency. They do damage. I actually have that happening to me right now. I won't speak too much on it, but yeah, it's happening, and I'm just gonna, dealing with it. But it transforms. The oppression is the same, but it transforms. So I'm gonna go back to these slides. So in this law of 1705, it established new property rights for slave owners, allowed for the legal free trade of slaves with protections granted by the courts. It established separate courts of trial for Blacks and whites, prohibited Blacks, regardless of free status, from owning arms. Whites could not be employed by Blacks. So you could have Black people who work for you as indentured servants or maybe who were enslaved, but you could not have white people who work for you in this way. So it's further solidifying the social structure and the political structure. It's legal to dismember unruly slaves under this law, and Negro, mulattoes, and Indian slaves are considered real estate, which means as you continue to further build your wealth, you can now take the deeds or the papers to the bank and get loans on these people. You can build equity within them.
Get insurance too.
You get insurance, absolutely. So if something happens to them, you get to take advantage of that benefit. Prohibited Blacks from testifying against whites, which she named, and it allowed for the apprehension of suspected runaways. What's the key word there?
Suspected.
Suspected. So if you go again, and I said this before, 2019, 2020, and I have these pictures up that I just showed, who's suspected, right? We see this formulating or further being perpetuated, or the realities of this, if you will, in terms of who we suspect as guilty. And white people's suspicion is weaponized, can be weaponized, but the presumption of their suspicion is embedded into the law. It can evoke how the legal authorities react and respond at any given moment. And there's a presumption of guilt within the Black body. It rests within the Black body, within Black identity. It doesn't matter if you're the attorney, the district attorney of Florida. This is Aramis Ayala, district attorney of Florida, pulled over by two cops. And they said, oh, this is just our practice. They were racially profiling. It doesn't matter if you're graduating, you go to get a suit for your graduation, you come out of Nordstrom Rack and you're surrounded by police, right? It does not matter in this cultural context if you are, and I'll just go to this, to further solidify the point. If you are this little girl, okay, at school, it does not matter.
Oh, I saw this. Yeah.
Hands behind your back. Give me your hands. Give me your hands.
Constitutes what you're able to do. So you're suspected, okay? It does not matter if you're the white child that's recording on this video and all your Black friends.
Stand by where Hooper is. On your face!
Hey, y'all.
That white man is handling that young Black girl.
Jesus shit. He's fucking abusing her. He put on his gun on her.
No, I didn't. Get your butts out of here.
And she's 14. And she's 14.
But if her father was to do that, he'd be in jail. He'd be arrested if her father was to do that. But a white cop can do that.
But nobody should be doing it.
Nobody should, but I was just saying, if her father was to do it, he would immediately be arrested.
Yes. Yes.
Excuse my time.
So are you all getting this? And am I making my points clear?
Rather.
Would you say?
I said rather. Rather clear.
So I'm actually going to go, and I need to go. So I'm going to end with this video that I've played before, and I'm going to continue to play it because it is one of the things that, you know, it tells the story. It solidifies or underscores like everything that I've shared with you today and in subsequent talks. And it's just so relevant. So some of you have seen it. Some of you may not have seen it. But I'm gonna play it. But wait 1 second. Share. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. And this will be it. We'll have some comments after. But it talks about Black rage, the reasons why, or just gives a depiction for the things that prop it up, that are the reasons why there is rage and anger, legitimately. Yep.
Black rage is founded on 2/3 a person, rapings and beatings, and suffering and worsens. Black human packages tied up in strings. Black rage can come from all these kinds of things. Black rage is founded on blatant denial, squeezed economics, subsistence survival, deafening silence and social control. Black rage is founded on wounds in the soul. When the dogs bite, when the bee sings, when I'm feeling sad, I simply remember all these kinds of things, and then I don't fear so bad.
You took my son away from me. You know how hard it was for me to get him to stay in school and graduate.
Black rage is founded, fed us self-hatred, lies and abuse, while we waited and waited. Spiritual treason, this grid and its cages. Black rage is founded on these kinds of things. Black rage is founded on training and training, threatening your freedom to stop your falsely called progress, such human contortion. Black rage is founded on these kinds of things. When the dogs bite, when the beatings, when I'm feeling sad, I simply remember all these kinds of things, and then I don't feel so bad. Free enterprise, is it myth or illusion? Forcing you back into purpose confusion, like human trafficking or blood transfusion. Black rage is founded on these kinds of things. Victims of violence, both psyche and body. Life out of context is living ungodly. Politics, read falsely called wealth. Black rage is founded on denial of self.
And why is that dog pretty?
Because he's white and he has 2 eyes.
Which dog is the ugly dog? Why is that dog ugly?
Because he's black.
When the beatings, when I'm feeling sad, I simply remember all these kinds of things, and then I don't feel so bad. So bad.
I think we've got to see that a riot is the language of the unheard.
That is her song, but it's not on
It's not on
Unplugged.
Unplugged, yeah.
Yeah, because that would have been a little bit too real for that.
Right.
On MTV.
It's a beautiful rendition. I'd never heard that before. I'm
Me
like
either. I
losing
loved
my
it.
mind. It's so good.
What is the name of the song? Anyone know?
Hey,
What is it called?
Devin, what did you say?
Oh no, I was saying that would have been a bit too real for MTV.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the guy that actually did it in response to or in celebration or upliftment of the Black Lives Matter movement, I really appreciated when this video got put on YouTube. And I have shown it hundreds of times. I show it at the end of every one of my sessions because by the time we get to restrictive racial covenants and redlining and the way in which the man in the house rule, where they said that men had to leave the house in order for women to get welfare.
Yeah.
In the 60s, but then in the 30s, when white women were getting welfare, you had to prove that you were married. So like the changing of the law. By the time that I get to that, or how the law of 1972, which constituted that each respective school district could fund education based on property taxes, or you get to the war on drugs. By the time I get to all of that, people are full. And so it's just, we have to decolonize our minds to believe differently, to know that everything around us that we have made an association with or connection to as though it is the truth, it is not true. It's necessary. Everything around you is not true. And as a Black person, you have a right to be distrustful of every single circumstance, everything, every reality that you see around you, to question it. You have a right to not trust it, to not support it, to not be to not
Dante, are you there?
Oh, we just froze for a sec. Give him like 4 or 5 seconds.
align with it. And I actually, can you hear me?
Yep, you're back.
Sorry. But we have a right to not trust it. because it's not for us. It's never been for us, and it won't be for us.
For a while, yeah.
No, it's not even for a while. In this cultural context, and I'm going to play a few more videos if you all will bear with me. Can you stay just for a few seconds? Because I want you to hear not only my perspective, but the people that came before us that tried to tell us what was going on. So let me go to this video. Hold on. So I'm going to play a few. So one is by Malcolm X. The other one is by Francis Cress Welsing.
ISIS Papers.
Yes. And then the other one is by John McKnight, because I want you to hear this a few different ways. Not just from Dante deciding to do a podcast based on his research. Here we go.
And equality. What is and equality? What is the definition of freedom, justice, and equality for the black man, and where and when is it to be attained?
Well, take equality first. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad doesn't teach us to associate equality with whites. Equality has nothing to do with whites. We don't want to be equal with the white man. He's not the criteria or yardstick by which equality is measured. He's not in a position to tell us we are equal. It's not his right. It's not his to do. Equality, we want equality. We had equality before the white man was created. We had equality before the white man came into existence. And we want equality whether the white man is on this earth or not. Equality means the opportunity to develop all of our dormant potential, all of our dormant capability. And in developing this dormant capability, the right and the ability to stand on this earth on some land of our own and bring about a civilization and a society in which we will be completely independent, complete freedom to take care of the needs, to take care of the wants and the likes and the dislikes of our people.
So I want you to listen to what he's about to say. Okay? I want you, did you hear what he just said? I want you to pay attention to this part distinctly.
Establish our own nation, our own society, our own heaven, our own future. This is what we mean by freedom, by equality. And justice means as you sow, so shall you reap. If you do wrong, you'll get wrong in return. And if you do right, you'll get right in return. When you're in your own nation, in your own land, you're in a position to get justice. But when you're in another man's country, in another man's land, under another man's flag, and under another man's government, and under another man's court system, you have to look to that other man for justice, and you'll never get it. And Negroes in this country probably are authorities on that.
Yeah. To what extent?
Did you hear him?
Yep.
Did you hear him? Okay. So these people have been telling us things as Black people, and we look around now and we're shocked because we bought into the white mainstream narrative that we're getting equality, things are getting better, we are free, things are progressing, and as I always say, white people's marker for progress comes at the expense of another dead Black body, of another Black person losing their job, so we're progressively getting better. Things are not better, but we're making progress. And I think that is also a harmful and a dangerous narrative that we as Black people, from an oppressed perspective, have bought into. And as I said last weekend, and I'll say again, if our barometer for how far Black people have come, and the marker for that are you're bashing it up against people who were enslaved and in chains and raped and castrated, if that is what you're using as a marker, a few things. That's a low mark. That is a low starting place to start from when we talk about progress. And not only that, for those of us that buy into it, that suck it up, that, you know, begin to buy into that idea, it also reinforces the oppression. Look at you, you're doing much better than your great-great-great-great-grandmother who was a slave, or your great-grandmother who was a maid, and your grandma who was a maid. Look at how far you've come. Look at what you've done. And it's all relative. And this is not me saying this to try and evoke any emotion or make anybody feel bad, or anybody feel bad about their families, but it is me doing this for you and me and our parents and grandparents to interrogate what we've been fed to keep us complacent and or make us think that things had gotten better, because that's been harmful, is what I'm saying. Here's somebody else, Dr. Welsing. Bear with me as I pull this up. I really didn't have these prepped to show, but
and I remember.
1 second. Any thoughts though, as I'm pulling this up? Any reactions to anything that I'm saying?
Oh, when you were talking about the progress stuff, I just think about Derek Bell's interest convergence. It's like whenever we do have progress, it's based on interest converging with the majority of white folks in America. It's kind of like what you see with all of these businesses that are talking about these slogans of loving Black people, but at the same time, they're making money from those things. Mm-hmm. Like, it's just interesting because it only allows Black people to get this false sense of like, oh, you love us, actually, we feel affirmed. But in actuality, what it's doing is that it's giving you these piecemeal messages so you can say, oh, but still buy my stuff because like, I love you, I appreciate you, Black Lives Matter. But it's just like, ugh, it's like everybody's doing it now. It seems like really gross a little bit.
It's sickening to me.
But one of them that I will say I think is interesting that I think doesn't only profit the entity that is promoting it is the Uber Eats. Because what I will say Uber Eats is doing is that they're putting this Black businesses, like their like category, and allowing you to go like find which ones are Black businesses to support them. But still at the same time, at the end of the day, it's still like getting—
They still make money off of those transactions.
Money off of that.
And I think if I were you, Devin, I wouldn't split hairs with that. Because what I heard you do is say, you know, one that is interesting, as though it's separate and aside from all the other ones that are in that same power structure that's benefiting. Uber Eats benefits, and I would probably say substantially more, because how much of their they may be giving like free window time or access to those Black by positioning up front, but are they donating any of that money into Black schools?
Of course not.
Yeah, that no. That's why I was saying it was interesting, because I was just like, this kind of splits both ways. Unlike, you know, Amazon, it's just like, oh, like, you know, give money away to everybody. And it's like,
So here we go. I'm going to just share this next one more.
If you begin to understand what I'm saying about what racism as white supremacy is, not racism and white supremacy. Neely Fuller informs us racism is white supremacy, and white supremacy is racism. And what I'm saying is that we have fought as Black people dealing with this problem generation after generation after generation after generation, that it was just a question of, well, white people have to be taught to love. I remember standing in my home being a little girl, just the height of the table. My parents were reading the Chicago Defender, my grandmother was there, and they were kind of whispering about a Black man having been lynched. You know, they would talk softly, and then if you were a child, you knew to listen carefully. So I said to my grandmother, well, Granny, why would they do it? And my grandmother said, well, some people just have to act ugly. But beginning to understand what racism is in terms of the demographics and the genetics on the planet, that this is what people who classified themselves as white felt they had to do for their survival. And it is not logical to expect people who designed a system consciously and or subconsciously for their survival to undo that system. Do you understand? That doesn't make sense. And this is where.
Okay, what is she telling us? What did she try to tell us?
He said that you cannot appeal to the same authority that created the injustice in the first place with a moral integrity. Or you can't appeal to the moral sympathies of those oppressing you and think that they're going to be like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, cool.
Right. Look at what we did. We apologize. And especially when they're predispositioned to not really feel or see anything wrong about your conditions. And they see themselves as having like worked hard, gotten, like what they tell themselves is that everything that they've done has been separate and aside from things that have happened throughout history. It's not attached. And there's no moral, emotional, or mental compass that compels any type of change. Any change that we've seen or any improvements, be it social or political or economic corrections for the past that have been engineered by white people in halls of power, it's always had a political or economic motivation attached to it. So I'm going to play this last video. Actually, Lori asked me if I was going to play the one by Kimberly Jones.
Again?
Yeah.
I've watched that like 17 times and told everybody watch it. Watch it all.
And I may play it. I just have to get to an engagement.
Y'all got to tell me about it, even if you don't show it. Put it in the chat.
Here we go.
In the South, he knows who the man is, the man up there on the hill in the big white house. And when he comes to a city like Chicago, it's much harder to determine who that man is. Such a complex society. It's a different man who controls the house from the man who controls the job, from the man who controls the welfare, from the man who controls the hospital, from the man who controls the school. And I think what's happening is that he comes rather quickly to the conclusion that the man is all the white men. Not being able to discern his specific captor, he decides that all people with white faces are his captors. And to the degree that all white people are engaged in supporting the systems of separation and racist institutions that we have in the North, that judgment is basically accurate.
How do these institutions function in a racial way?
When we develop any kind of a system that by definition excludes people who are poor, inner city, limited education people, we are saying black only. We might as well put the sign back up because it's the same thing, same bag. The problem that we have in white America is that most white people, when they hear about white racism, most white people say, man, that's not me. I never discriminated against anybody, never did. And in their sense of what discrimination means or what racism is, they may be right. But they sit residing in a system from which they take full benefit, a system that defines them in and defines black people out. We are going to have to face the fact that we are not a community. A community is where a lot of people develop mutually beneficial relationships with each other. And our racist institutions and the political boundaries of our cities define black people out of the community. White people sit in their suburban homes and watch their television programs and hear about all of these laws that are being passed. Many of them are beginning to wonder, well, what is it with those colored people on there? Why are they so upset? All this wonderful stuff that we're doing for them. But we aren't focusing on the black man living on the block. He lives in a 2-flat on that block, and he knows what the circumstance on that block was 10 years ago. And he knows what it is today, and he, too, has heard about all of those programs and laws being passed. But the hard fact of the matter is that things are not changing for him. It's no wonder that the white population and the black population are pitted against each other when the black man knows that the change is not coming, and the white man thinks that major efforts are being undertaken when they are not. So I don't think anybody should be surprised when one sees the black people in an open attack on the system, because I suspect that they don't see that there is any other realistic alternative.
So that is a perspective of John McKnight in 1968, going into the 1970s. So, I mean, the voices that really understand this, and it has of the people who have acknowledged it for what it is, they've gone further marginalized and ostracized, because you can even locate someone right now that would say, wow, what he's espousing is revisionist history. This is revisionist, or any other such way in which they might try to delegitimize what I'm doing. But so before we go, because I'll try to come back next week with more, are there any last thoughts before we exit? I see you all over there having conversations. Aya, Zayden, you want
to? What I think about being born into a society that is inherently racist and violent, and understanding how we got to this point is not a matter of describing the path that we took or describing the discriminatory laws, but you actually look at the laws and realize that, I mean, we aren't here by any coincidence. It was very purposeful. And in order to fix this, it's not a matter of tweaking the laws we have or amending the laws we have. This is going to take major change to undo what's been done.
Absolutely, if that is the motivation. And I would argue that it is not. And nothing in society, everything in society tells us that it's actually to further the perpetuation of oppression and actually further, not just solidify it, but memorialize it.
Yeah, because you said this was in 1968.
Yeah.
And so look from 1968 to 2020, you know, and it's kind of like the scene before that, you know, how does, you know, the black man know a change is not going to come? That man been in that community for 20 years. And he's, you know, I mean, and for me, just recently, it's similar to something I've been going through personally, is just processing like, damn, no matter how far I come to my target, I'm never going to reach it. Because they're going to keep moving it. Even when I get close, they just go moving and call it something else. So how do I keep shooting? You know what I'm saying? And I mean, as a woman, a black woman myself in my age, it's like, damn, I'm really not. But I'm still remaining hopeful. But at the same time, it's a lot of us who said, fuck it, we just gonna, this is how it's gonna be. I'm like, hell no. My grandparents didn't push that hard for me not to keep pushing. But then I need to have this conversation to my grandkids. Yeah, I expect your ass to keep pushing, but let me tell you, you're gonna have some of this, you're gonna cry, it's gonna hurt. You don't think you're gonna be told no, but I'm here for you, and just know it's gonna happen. You're gonna experience it. I didn't, it wasn't broken down to me at that age, like being in the Muslims, and I knew it was a struggle, but I was like, damn, I thought we had worked past this. But
Right.
I'm just now realizing we ain't gonna work past it.
Right. And so I'm gonna just share this quote by W.E.B. Du Bois. It says, "A system cannot fail those who it was never meant to protect."
Oh, that's deep. That just hit me.
Okay. Let's just be clear. All right. I love you, my family and my peoples. Thank you for joining for this segment. Y'all hung in here. I'm like, wow.
I'm impressed.
If you could take time out for us, because I ain't gonna lie. Earlier, I was like, oh my God, I got to deal with racism again today. Oh my God. But I went for my walk. I came back and I'm like, yeah, I need this. We need this because sometimes it's uncomfortable, but we need this to grow and to go to our next level and to be our best selves and to be the example of what you're teaching us.
It's called liberation education.
Yes.
I like it.
Yes.
This is my liberation education.
Yes.
Black and brown people who consider themselves allies of wanting to change this shit. Because it's deep. And it's going to take Black solidarity with white solidarity and every such other solidarity to try and penetrate it. Can't get rid of it, but we can try to push up against it.
Yeah.
Just know too that that's not easy and it comes at a cost.
Yep.
So I'm gonna leave for now. Devin, you should call me so we can talk.
Okay. Also tomorrow, I don't know if y'all are in LA or not. There's the All Black Lives Matter march tomorrow.
So,
do you know what time?
11. It starts in like West Hollywood, like somewhere.
Oh my God.
Like if you just type in All Black Lives Matter, like it's been on the news and everything.
Yeah, I'll find it. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you two in LA?
I am in Long Beach, which is like right out here.
Yeah. And I live in downtown Los Angeles.
Come on, you guys, let's go.
I have no problem with that.
I'm definitely going tomorrow because I haven't gone to any of these protests. I was like,
I'm the same, and I feel guilty. So
I'm just like I didn't feel
FaceTime.
guilty because like most of those were just like not organized. They were just like people just like, oh, let's go. And it's like, I don't feel safe with that.
Yeah.
So you gotta feel safe and get out there. Just like
I mean, I'm gonna do this one because it's organized by people that I know, but those other ones, it's just like,
free for all. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, my loves. I gotta get out of here because my mama's gonna kill me. I'm supposed to be over there.
Oh.
But he's still on Facebook. I'm beating his.
Tell Mama thanks for having me.
All right. Thanks, Dante.
You.
Thank you.
Bye.
Love you, family.
Nice.